Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Perform in Tangier. Today we come to our closing panel, a panel which comes to crown 4 days of heated debates involving a constellation of thinkers from the North and South alike, under the theme Theaters of the Global South, Decolonial Visions. I therefore invite our first panelist to come forward to address yet some other facets of our ongoing discussion. Bilal Himoumi is a PhD candidate in Arts and Performance Studies at the University of Tetuan. And by the way, it is a well-established tradition of the Center of Performance Studies to always give a voice to researchers, emerging scholars in a field, to somehow empower them to take part in the ongoing discussions, as I said earlier. Bilal, you can come here and join me. I'd like also to seize this opportunity to thank each and everyone who contributed to making this landmark event a success. Our team of interpreters up there deserve all the gratitude we're showing them. Other members of the International Center of Performance Studies, to name but a few, Khalili, Badruddin, and many, many others, and especially our president, Dr. Professor Khalid Amin, without whom this event wouldn't have been possible at all. I now give the floor to Bilal to speak to the audience. The title of his presentation is as follows: 21st Century Moroccan Storytelling, the New Voices of Disobedience and Resistance. Bilal, podium is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. I would like to thank the International Center for Performance Studies for having me today. And I would also like to thank my mentor, Professor Khalid Amin, for his leadership and also for being able to convene the greatest minds in the field of performance studies. It was great to hear from all of them and being part of them actually in this international conference. My paper will be titled 21st Century Moroccan Storytelling, the New Voices of Disobedience and Resistance in Exclusivity. It means daily with the new trends in Moroccan storytelling, how it's developed and how the new generation is using this art in a way to form a decolonial mindset in a sense. In an interview regarding his book, The Last Storytellers, Richard Hamilton says, I quote, "I have witnessed at first hand the death throes of this rich and captivating tradition. And in the labyrinth of the Marrakesh Medina, has traced down the last few remaining storytellers, recording stories that are replete with the mysterious and the beauty of the Maghreb. I personally took issue with this statement as the oral tradition is the lifeblood of culture and in Morocco, and it's continued to exist one way or another, reinventing itself according to the time and space it exists in. It does not have to rely on the stagnant methods to propagate in a way or another. It has long been stated by other Westerner expats residing in Morocco, such as Paul Bowles, Eugène Delacroix, Walter Harris, and others, that it's because of their rooted colonial ideals that they have all attempted in a way to preserve the Moroccan art and Moroccan traditions. So they were somehow successful in reaching a consensus that they were saviors of a lost art, archivers of it to last and prosper. When it comes to the art of storytelling in Morocco, The art of narration has been omnipresent for centuries. It has been used as a method or tool to converse and preserve memories, experiences, life events, and all that comes before them. In its all complexity and merged notions, storytelling has rarely been approached as a tool of post-colonial resistance, as it was considered as a surviving art of the colonial era that has maintained its oral characteristics. However, this form of expression has always been used by masters of storytelling to transmit values, to educate children, and to subvert concepts in society, all through an intelligent, self-reflexive combination between aspects of imagination with those of reality. In this sense, storytelling became as a tool of political resistance. In the last few years, and contrary to what Richard Hamilton has foreseen, a new generation of Moroccan storytellers has emerged, especially as my paper will deal with in the city of Marrakesh, which was and is considered the beating heart of the art of narration in the country. The young apprentices are learning from master storytellers, are applying their crafts at local establishments and through cultural programs. Furthermore, these new master storytellers armed with the English or the French language have started a new trend and given the art a new life. They have started a shift in vision towards storytelling, metamorphosing it from a popular street art relying on the halqa, the square and the sphere of enigma in comprehension, to an exclusive high-end art and form of expression performed exclusively in courtyard and lounges. This shifting of space and medium has brought with it a new colonial approach to the sense of exoticism and mystery the other has always been painted with. Following an analytical approach of these stories performed and the translation conducted, as well as a comparative approach between the style of the old master and the style of the new apprentices, I aim to unearth the aspects of decoloniality in the art of Moroccan storytelling. For that, I have participated in training sessions with the Munia associations for the revival and preservation of Moroccan heritage, as well as some exclusive storytelling sessions performed for international travelers at a certain fee. I have also interviewed different young apprentices, as well as their masters, and the paper in itself attempts to architect the power dynamics in the new spaces of Moroccan storytelling, points to the methods and the tools that young storytellers use to deconstruct and subvert the relationships of power between Moroccan performer and foreign audience. And it also aims to visualize and give a voice to new voices of disobedience behind the scenes of exclusivity. The Moroccan tradition of storytelling, as I said, dates back to over 1,000 years, to a time when Marrakesh was a young city. So storytelling in itself was a way to pass on cultural beliefs, teach children moral lessons, and serve as a form of entertainment on long winter nights. So it is a compelling way for educating people of all ages and entertaining them at the same time. In this regard, storytelling was growing in parallel in two different spaces. First, in the public space, especially when men took over this art and started making it a day job. And that's how storytelling started being performed in public spheres, just as, for example, gardens, weekly markets, and local and regional festivals. And on the other hand, women continued the tradition of storytelling by using the stories they inherited as a taming tool for children, educating them on, or simply to pass on principles and ideals rooted in Morocco's traditions. Many scholars in the post-colonial era have shifted interest toward orality and oral arts in Morocco. Hence, the collection of Moroccan folktales became quite popular in the academic space, especially within the rise of cultural studies as a major field of research within an array of departments throughout the country. For example, Julali Fulkudia in Fes, for instance, coincidentally started collecting folk tales from his housemaid. And that turned into a lifelong project of collection and translation, as well as an analysis in terms of thematic load, educational aims, and artistic approach. Hasna al-Badi, on the other hand, took a different approach by collecting stories from her hometown of Tetouan and focusing on the feminist approach underpinning that are present in this centuries-old tradition. Jamal Fna Square in Marrakesh became the capital of storytelling in the country as this tradition grew wider and more popular, starting from the late 70s. But as the years progressed, this with new technology being introduced and forms of entertainment becoming myriad and diverse, the crowd surrounding a storyteller turned smaller and smaller. Today, the Kasbah districts of Marrakesh is perhaps the unlikely bastion of this oral tradition. Since December 2013, a group of young, enthusiastic Moroccans have aggravated from around the master storyteller called Hajj Ahmed Zarghani. And since then, they have been working hard to preserve the storytelling tradition and bring the old stories and fables to a wider audience. Hajj Ahmed collected stories during his work as a traveling salesman and performed them in the turbulent 1950s outside Bab Boujloud in Fez. So now he meets with his young apprentices 3 times per week. At the first meeting, Hajj recounts a story which the apprentices then translate into English and practice. The next time they meet, they perform the story in English and Arabic for the group. And since the Hajj doesn't understand much English, the young storytellers help each other and critique the translations. He also helped them by critiquing the theatricality of the performance. And on the 3rd meeting, they perform for the story at a cafe, and they, in a way, expand that to the audience and so on. This marked the beginning of a new life in the historical trajectory of Moroccan storytelling, as after this, many new projects were introduced aiming to preserve and develop the arts of storytelling in Morocco, including the Mounia Association for the Preservation of Moroccan Heritage. These young master storytellers, armed with English and expertise in social media, started promoting these programs, which helped create a buzz around them. They hence became on-demand storytellers by high-end and luxury hotels and travel operators who sought them to present this art to their travelers. Therefore, the story that was performed free of charge for a mere few dirhams, if desired, in the bustling Jamal Fna Square, turned into one of the most exclusive experiences, costing hundreds of dollars to enjoy in the privacy of a lounge or a room. This new kind of storytelling in exclusivity creates a new sphere of power dynamics that dismantled the exotic nature of the other that was created before in the square. It's made the storyteller a powerful being who sets the tone for the experience, decides the timing, the pricing, and his or her art are automatically elevated. In my interviews with 4 apprentices storytellers who are all students of the English departments in English, Jawad Al-Biad, for example, who is 24, is just finishing his English degree with a dissertation in Moroccan storytelling. He says that this art has a special value in his Moroccan society, but young kids today don't know the stories. They are only interested in the internet or something like that, and they are a little bit distracted. So for him, this art reminds him of the generation of his grandfather and reminds him of his origins. So he turned into this, and with a collection of his friends, he wanted to clear that that storytelling becomes a tool for him to speak out and voice his own concerns and his own future for the country and so on. It is clear that storytelling has benefited him and his fellow apprentices. He speaks confidently and eloquently in English, and twice a week he does so before a large crowd at the Cultural Cafe. Furthermore, through the Hikayat program, which is in the process of becoming a non-profit association in Morocco, he has the opportunity to travel around Morocco and even to Iran to share the stories and teach them to others. The storytellers have also appeared in many international programs or TV shows in the UK or Al Jazeera and something like that. One of them has also traveled to Dubai for the Expo 2020. And in a way, it gave this Moroccan art that was, in a way, structured in the square of Jamal Fna or in the privacy of the houses or the courtyard of the riads to an international audience, subverting in a way the power relations that actually connected them. However, no researcher or practitioner truly works alone. In this way, narrative-based projects are not only helpful for connecting generations in the present, but also they connect the practitioner to those who have used and developed these methods before them. As the practitioner, then, one inherits a wealth of knowledge. This knowledge is important for informing the careful planning that should be foregrounded as part of any initiatives which involved human subjects. But it also brings with it an obligation to humbly consider the missteps, the insight, the impacts and of those who have carried out this work before us. Before any particular method can be employed responsibly, then it is helpful to understand the larger context in which the approach evolved. Scholarly interest in the stories that people share proliferated through the mid-20th century, producing a significant shift in how narratives were studied, theorized, and understood within academic, educational, and clinical circles. In many ways, the development owed to their roots to what is often referred to as the linguistic turn, to the work of scholars like John Pocock or Patrick Joyce, Quentin Skinner, historians began to question the assumption that historical interpretation was objective. Emphasizing the links between philosophy and language, these scholars argued that the work of historians could not be separated from their own ideological and cultural influences. Rather than describing the past as it really happened, then increasingly, historians came to see that the past could not be separated from their textual representation. Work by postmodern theorist Michel Foucault infused studies of narrative with power analysis. Rather than focusing on how individuals or discrete structures wield power as instruments of coercion through specific acts or episodes, Foucault argued that the power was dispersed and pervasive. Using a nexus of power knowledge, he argued that accepted forms of scientific understanding, truth, and culture and all exemplify the kind of microphysics that is primarily discursive, embodied not in individuals, but within societies. These understandings continue to influence scholarship today, including a burgeoning interest in narrative studies among political scientists and social movement theorists. Viewed through a theoretical lens, most traditional narratives actually take pains to separate story from narrative. Story is understood in the building blocks, such as events, places. Narrative is, on the other hand, how the teller assembles those pieces together, putting the block together, and giving the meaning and crafting a larger structure. Together, this distinction creates a framework that can be applied to interpret various texts written or spoken. These theoretical contributions proliferated through the mid to late 20th century era of global freedom struggles, from the anti-colonial sovereignty and civil rights struggles that spanned every region of the world. Many scholars and practitioners sought to change how academics understood and documented and interpreted human experience. So for historians, this included a move away from relying primarily on written text to understanding all human communication as a text. It resulted in an increasing push to recover hidden or missing voices within existing historical records. I consider these new storytellers as the hidden missing voices of storytelling. So when we speak of decoloniality in itself, we refer to the new ways to think beyond the epistemic and territorial borders established by the colonization of the 15th or 16th century. It is necessary to identify the forms of actors and institutions devalued by these borders. It is then possible to better detach oneself from this conceptual device by opting for an epistemic turnaround, which consists in favoring, in the footsteps of Fanon in particular, the sociogenesis of a being who exists where he thinks, in an environment multiversal. Such a gap is the result of an act of emancipation that dares to transgress the reference of the abstract universalism inherited from the moderns to dominate the world. It is an act of epistemic disobedience. Winston Churchill once said, "First we shape our buildings, then our buildings shape our future." In case of future studies, it can be said that first we shape our future and then our future shapes us. Since the future doesn't exist yet, the future that we are referring to is merely an image of the future, and it is this image that shapes our attitude and actions. When storytelling in these racialized groups was described as a contribution to decolonization, stories were centered on individual lived experiences that were inextricably connected to their communities. To each participant's story, their voice carries their needs, desires, strengths, resiliencies in the context of their greater community, and are not filtered through the audience perspective or biases. In this sense, the storyteller or the new storyteller in this exclusive or closed space gets a little bit of a more power to create a story that is connected to his own aspirations for the future, his own influences from the past, and also to exert more power on how the connection between audience and performer or practitioner is. Particularly evident in knowledge production as a person in fact that storytelling is agentic and participatory. Growing up in a world assaulted by colonial powers, denying them an array of opportunities, these storytellers have never been silent in the face of colonial violence or that subverted and neutralized various other forms of resistance. The storytellers and griots have never been idle, working through participatory mediums to maintain and sustain ways of being and living, because as a new generation who has been armed with the tools of social media, and also as a generation that has endured the effects of the colonial era, actually, they have been more vocal about like the issues that they face on a day-to-day basis. And these storytellers were successful in implicitly including that sense of in a way, their own disappointments in terms of the relationships of power in the world. Here, the role of the storyteller is central to the exercise of agency and renewal. In the colonial traditions around the world, storytellers are sacred knowledge keepers, and they shape communities through the spoken and written words. Stories are not only agentic and individual, but they are communal, sharings that bind communities together spiritually and relationally. Their stories are more than a lesson, a teaching, or even a historical account. Their conscious and knowing agreement directly extends to our philosophies, to our thoughts, and also actions as Moroccan people. Hence, the epistemological disobedience as they carry local philosophies, epistemologies, and theories within their narratives. To conclude, The new trends of Moroccan folktales and ways of storytelling are varied as the locations and peoples they emanate from, as varied as the forms of oppression they speak against, and as varied as the methods of resistance they contain and speak to. We should not take up an idealistic or naive view of personal narratives and stories because of the relationality and locatedness that they emanate from, as they are fraught with tensions and contestations. But these contestations, rather than disabling resistance and political actions because of a tepid relatively framework, strengthen and build a mobile, diverse, and amphibious movements built on the diverse agents at work against colonial power. Moroccan stories are a reclamation of our voice, our land, and our sovereignty. They are vital to decolonization. Therefore, storytelling works to both deconstruct colonial ways to come into know, as well as to construct alternatives, recognizing that these two processes do not happen in a linear trajectory. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Similad, for this enlightening presentation, which falls within the scope of what we've been doing during the last 4 days. Just by way of recapitulating, in his paper, Bilal has brought to light what he refers to as the younger generation of storytellers in the Moroccan society. Bilal thinks of storytelling as a mode of resistance, a form of subversion, and perhaps of border thinking that is now reclaiming its rightful place, its legitimate seat. In this respect, Bilal retrieves voices of disobedience, as he calls them, voices of dissidence in the global south, voices that strike back to power in the semantics, semiotics, linguistics in general of Halqa, as enacted in Jamal Fna. So thank you very much, Bilal. I spoke earlier on of Bilal as being an emerging scholar. I think he's on the right path to becoming a scholar, okay, because of the work he's been doing. It's well researched, well documented, lots of interviews, lots of field work, and that's what we expect from the next generation. Now we're going to move to our next speakers. Abderrahim Al-Wahabi, who is now working as a high school teacher in Tangier. He has recently obtained his PhD. The topic and focus of his dissertation is Moroccan theater from text translation to stage transplantation, and his research interests more broadly include translation and performance studies. He's also an active member of the International Center for Performance Studies. He will be speaking together with Professor Mohammed Al-Mujdqi, my friend and colleague at King Fahd School of Translation, who holds a PhD degree in theater translation from the same said university at Mercedi. He too is an active member of the International Center of Performance Studies. So I invite you to come and speak to our audience. And the title of your presentation is as follows: Alienation in Moroccan Theater, Mustafa Ramdani's play, Ghorba, as a case study. You changed the title. Transplantation as a form of rewriting, the formation of a new identity, Sidna Qadar as a case study. So last minute change. See Rahim. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairman, Dr. Jamal Qabli. First of all, I would like to thank the International Center for Performance Studies for giving us this opportunity to express our thoughts and ideas. The title of our presentation is Transplantation as a Form of Rewriting, the Formation of a New Identity, and we'll be focusing on Mohammed Qawti's Sidna Qadar. Moroccan theater productions have been prone to various cultural and historical influences. Because of that, many Moroccan playwrights deem it essential to develop new forms of Moroccan theater productions. For instance, Mohammed Qawti has delved deeply into transplanting theater works from one culture to another. A deep analysis of his works highlights a revolution in the Moroccan theater productions. Transplantation, al-istinbat in Arabic, is a concept that has been developed by Mohammed Qawti through a particular adaptive approach. Qawti rejects the practice of the naive adaptation as practiced generally in the Arab world and particularly in Morocco. He asserts that his adaptive approach is neither the transformation of a work from one genre to another genre, nor its actualization, which consists in adapting contemporary circumstances, the taste of the new public and the story that the evolution of society makes necessary. In fact, the concept of transplantation for Mohammed Qawti is the production of a new text from a previously written text in a new social context. Adaptation as practiced by Qawti would rather proceed from a dramaturgical approach situated between semiology and sociology, opting for an analysis which goes beyond the semiological description of the scenic systems, since it asks in a pragmatic way what the spectator will receive from representation to which the theater leads into the ideological and aesthetic reality of the public. Relating to his transplanted work, Qawti qualifies the work he accomplishes as compound betrayal. Betrayal because in general, no adapter as good and well-versed in translation as it is can restore to the genius proper to the source language of the text it transposes in its own language. It can't restore the sounds, the organization of breathing, the stereotypes, the nuances, the poetic immanence, and the syntactical economy of the original work. The adapter can only transfer the work into his own linguistic receptacle by operating a perfect X-ray, faithfully retracing the framework and emphasizing as clearly as possible the carnal contours without giving the essential to this body, which on the molecular level makes it a distinct and unique body. Thus, the use of the adjective compound finds in Qawti's approach all his motivation, because it is necessary to think and compose a distinct work that is both similar to the adapted work, restoring the spirit, and different, since it is intended for a Moroccan public. Faced with this impossibility of transposing a foreign work objectively and faithfully, Qawti finds it legitimate to proceed in a different way by opting for transfiguration of the original work. This approach, he says, is likely to make possible a distanced adaptation by differentiation with the historical adaptation commonly adopted, and to open access to the temptation of the semantic transmutation of a work. According to Qawti, this transplantation goes through several stages, the first of which is what he calls the position of the work. It is an initial approach during which the playwright sees a text he likes, trying to account for the chromatic grain of the semantics of this text, while avoiding the traps of totalitarian interpretation that encompasses or claims to encompass all the elements of a given set, and which assumes, in this case, immoderation, that is to say, extreme loyalty
a pompous claim to objectivity and perfect unilaterality. During this first stage, the playwright does, in addition to reading and rereading, a research work to collect as much information as possible about the work he wants to transplant. The playwright would spend a lot of time to document the work, its author, the circumstances of its appearance, the historical period which it was born. The practice of adaptation requires a greater margin of interweaving of the spectacular cultures. It is in this spirit that the name of Muhammad Qawti is distinguished in the Moroccan theatrical landscape as a pioneer and creative adapter. He reads the text in its original version, pierces it, patiently decorates its symbols, examines its internal rhythms, studies its philosophical, political, aesthetic references, inquires about the circumstances in which it was played on stage, and studies what was written about it. And it is after all this that the journey begins to find the best way to transplant the spirit of the text into a different spectacular culture. This step gives rise to a first draft, first translation, adaptation, fairly faithful to the original text. Then comes the stage of the reactualization, which is carried out via the performance. It is the phase of the recomposition and the rewriting, during which the playwright accomplishes the most complex part of his work by transfiguring the text and injecting it with doses of imagination, social codes, ways of saying, dialect, and Moroccan gestures. The Qawtian work is a pamphlet's work, to use an expression according to Gérard Genet. Each time you scratch the text of a work, you discover other texts and stories. The hypotext can be literally text, as well as popular legends or episodes of great history. They can be drawn from the Arab Muslim heritage, as well as from universal culture. The practice of intertextuality in all its complexity is a constant in Qawti's work. As was customary in the Moroccan amateur theater of the 1970s, he drew of his fables from the Arab Muslim heritage, especially from the mystical background. It was until 1985 that the Moroccan theater saw the birth of what is considered today as one of the classics and masterpieces of the local repertoire, Sidna Qdar, which is a transplantation after Waiting for Godot by Samuel Beckett. The piece was produced by two groups, first by As-Salam Barnoussi, staged by Ibrahim Nashikh, 1988, then by Masrah al-Shams, staged by Abdel-Ilah Ajil in 2000. It was the first time that this play was adapted by a Moroccan playwright. Saddiqi had already done so in the 1960s by naming it Fi Intidar Mabrouk. From the start and from the title, we noticed that we are not in the same register of dramatic transposition, because if the title of the piece of Saddiqi refers explicitly and syntactically resembles the title of the original piece, only Godot is replaced by the Arabic name Mabrouk. The title that Qawti gives to his piece comes from another approach, much more advanced, because it didn't seek to operate a parallelism which refers directly to the source text, but drew on the depth of Moroccan culture to find the title which best expresses this idea of expectation which carries the Beckettian text. Sidna Qdar refers to Laylat al-Qadr, the sacred night which takes place once a year. It is a night during which, according to popular belief, the doors of heaven open for a brief instant, during which, if people manage to make a wish, plea, God will grant it. In Morocco, in popular areas, the term Layla, night, has been replaced by Sidna, which can be translated as our world our Lord, thus personifying this event. For the term Sidna is generally used to refer to God or state honorifics accompanying the proper name of an exceptional person. Thus, the title reveals this desire of Qawti to anchor the piece in a purely local soil by appealing to the linguistic imagination of Moroccans. The playwright was therefore very sensitive to the themes of the lack of perspective and of the absurdity of the expectation which one perceives in the Beckettian text, in the measure that these two isotopes made him think of his own situation. Qawti says that he finds something primable in Beckett's work, the references of Judeo-Christian culture, which despite all this work, find their counterparts in his Arab-Muslim culture. It is the case of one of the important themes that is up to apostasy. For in the attitude of the Beckettian characters, at times, there is a certain revolt against God or any metaphysical instance which in indifference leaves humanity to its misfortune. Wanting to commit suicide is in itself an act of rebellion to end this existence. It is a highly reprehensible act according to the three monotheistic religions. But the Qawtian characters go even farther than those of Beckett, because if at the end of the original piece, Valdemar and Estragon didn't go to the end of the suicide attempt, Zaid and Kurayt did. They didn't die, they killed themselves. There is something we don't understand that Beckett missed. In preparing the edition of Sidna Qadar, Qawti added a last act which he entitled One Day. It is a sort of epilogue in which we see the messenger returning. We don't know if it is the same messenger as that of the first and second acts. The question is left in suspense by the dramaturge. The first of the 7 epitaphs begins with the night they hanged themselves. They were ennobled, clearly indicating the tragic end of the 2 comrades. These acts, which seems to be the result and the outcome of the existence of these 2 beings, is reformulated in the 2nd epitaph, the night during which they hanged themselves. This sentence opens all the following epitaphs. This end imagined by Qawti takes place in the same tree that saw their history begin. This account, intended for the readers and spectators, and perhaps for the whole of humanity, first tells in a poetic way the story of Zaid and Kurayt, their wait without hope, and then last moments of solitude they lived before their death. It is also about their passivity, the nonsense of their existence. Except for the addition of the 3rd act, the general structure of the original piece is respected. The Moroccan piece being divided into 2 acts, that night and this night. However, Qawti made another very important change by choosing as temporality night instead of Beckettian day. Moreover, he is convinced that Estragon, Valdemar, Pozo, and Lucky are rather nocturnal characters, and according to him, it is quite natural that their meeting takes place during the night. This is a wise choice because the night makes the atmosphere even heavier, even more threatening. On several occasions, the Qawti characters complain about the length of the night. The arrival of the day becomes another expectation, which is added to that Sidna Qadar. This transformation obviously involved a change in the replica where it is a question of time. The other important modifications occur either when the playwright believes that the faithful recovery of a passage of Waiting for Godot does not serve its writing strategy in terms of consistency, or when it considers that the situation or the story narrated in the original piece would not, outside its European context, be understood by the Moroccan spectator. It goes without saying that Qawti has given his piece a local color, and it has been implanted in a Moroccan rural environment, the Shawya. If the decor has remained minimalist, as it appears in Beckett's play, and therefore does not give precise indications of the place where the fable takes place, the costumes, for their part, give a very precise idea of the characters. They are harvesters. However, if we look at where the bulk of Qawti's transplantation work resides, we have to look at the language used. This dialectal language proper to the region of Shawya, this rural dialect that the dramaturge perfectly masters, if we dare to say, is the main character of the transplantations of Qawti. Waiting for Godot discloses a structure of expectations that is linked to an entire absence, which may ease the play's output. The apparent pattern of theatrical conflict is the central position of the text. In his transplantation of the play, he focused on reformulating the semantic structure of the two pairs through a woven theatricality of an act in an action, an absence in attendance. This variance allowed for freeing the connotations and urged Moroccan recipients to apply a symbolic eye. Hence, Sid Naqdar presents the semantic presentation in terms of structure of expectations, in which the signs are separated from an absent signified. Now I give the floor to Dr. Al-Mustri to give more in-depth details about these idiosyncratic characteristics of Sid Naqdar. Thank you.
Well, it's nice to be with you here, of course. I would like first to thank my professor, Dr. Khaled Amin, for organizing this very distinguished annual conference in its 17th, yes, the 17th time he organizes this. And thank you so much, my dear friend, colleague Abdulrahman Douabi. I'm going to resume what you have just said. So, it is well known that the play Waiting for Godot was written more than once by its original author, of course, Samuel Beckett, because the man wrote it in two languages, or rather, two formulas, French and English. In fact, Beckett's writing challenges many other modern practices, including criticism of the laws of absolute language and the specific, and ruthlessly, and I'm sorry, and the specific, yes, and ruthlessly until this critique is directed to the same identity, criticism of representation, history, and ideology. In addition to moving to French, breaking up syntax in combination, violating punctuation, and deviating from the specific laws and customs of embezzlement of novel, article, poem, and painting, Beckett's late entry into the theater can be read as another means of a long war against the word and as a kind of journey to action instead of text and picture. Qawti relied on the French version and was able to dig in the text, which is loaded, with philosophical meanings inspired from Nietzsche and Heidegger. He was successful in his dialogue with the original text before transplanting it. It's also obvious from the title he chooses as a means to enter the world of waiting. Sid Naqdar, in the modern popular memory, is an intensive coding of the act of waiting and waiting. It is believed by the majority of ordinary people that at an indefinite time of the 27th night of the holy month of Ramadan, Sid Naqdar is in a position to realize the aspirations of all those who managed to prepare the night before for this exceptional meeting. In the Moroccan popular image, he was able to equate the character to Santa Claus, as known to Christians. It is true that the choice of Qawti of Sid Naqdar as a title and a way to transplant the spirit of a philosophical text loaded with existential issues was not purely by chance, as Sid Naqdar, of course, was tied, given the Moroccan popular belief, to a sacred night for Moroccans, and it was Laylat al-Qadr, the night of the decree, of course. Thus, the work of Qawti in Sid Naqdar is essentially a transition from a Christian belief or cultural structure in waiting for Godot to another Islamic cultural belief structure. It is a dialogue with Islamic holy religion. For Qawti, Sid Naqdar symbolizes a fate that is absent or consecutive, but it is the center of significance in the whole play despite its absence. This particular absence does not raise the desire to produce meaning to the spectator. The result is not a plurality in conflicting definitions of Sid Naqdar, and each is a special reading of what Sid Naqdar is. Beckett's plays continue to represent situations created by the actor, spectator, character, and reader. The focus of attention is the direct place where the character is thrown and the technical situation displayed becomes a place of life shared by the actor and the spectator. The displaced people of Beckett's Vladimir and Estragon, or in turn, Koryat and Zoriat, do nothing except wait for Godot or Sid Naqdar to appear. While waiting for them, they talk, eat, curse each other, try to commit suicide, exchange hats, and imitate characters of Pozo and Lucky, or Ibtar and Zmar. The core of Godot, Sid Naqdar, show is the incessant mutual waiting, and hence Godot or Sid Naqdar becomes a degree of the subject of all forms of waiting. For the spectator, there are other subjects such as waiting for action or theatrical act and waiting for the end of waiting. The common ground, the characters and spectators, or the common ground between the characters and spectators is the act of waiting alike. Nothing is the first word Zayat said, and in fact embodies Beckett's reception that nothing is more real than nothingness. Even the simplest movement, such as the removal of the shoe from his legs, has become difficult and strenuous. In view of the structure of the play as a whole, the two tracks are still stuck by the influence of time. The path of they are confronted, the Ibar and Zmar, ended because of the physical disability and consequences of paradoxes. The path of Koryat and Zuriat alerts to a rotation in vicious cycles in which the expectation of Sid Naqdar is the center of the contract and the point of the intersection of all beginnings and ends. Gradually, the tragedy of Ibtar and Zmar became a symbol of the human tragedy as represented by the epic of waiting for Godot, or for both Koryat and Zayat. The most prominent thing that confirms what was mentioned about the transplantation is the intelligent adventure of Muhammad Qawti in adding a third chapter of the play, One Day, without dissenting its essence and its tightly constructed structure. In addition to the first chapter, the night and the second chapter this night, that night, I'm sorry, and the second chapter this night, a third chapter was added to be held on the day of the morning in the same place. A village road that stands in the middle of the road, a dead tree, part of which was loaned by the ground and the decay came on its part. The side of the road borders a rock. The facts of this chapter are like a post-conclusion where the body enters from the backstage of the garden. We don't know whether it's the same boy from that night or the same boy from this night or the same boy from that night and this night, but we're sure he is a one-day boy. He wears the same clothes of that night and this night, to quote Qawti, of course. The boy heads toward the stage and addresses the public, confirming that no one sent him this time, but he nevertheless carries a message to those who are interested in it. His message is the contents of 7 tomes of both Qur'at and Zuriyat and of those who went their way from mankind. Qawti's choice of C, the Tom's witness, has more than indicative, and the number of graves confined to 7 refers to the symbolism of this figure in the Islamic cultural structure, especially the Moroccan one. The Tom's witness is one of the most important cultural records and archaeological sources to tell about many facts of people who have lived, suffered, and who have died at some time. The Tom's witness scenes are extensive written sources in history and heritage, not to mention being archaeological evidence of high value. With Qawti, the Tom's witness turns into a record recording the tragedies of Qur'at and Zuriyat in the time of waiting. The same phrase of Qur'at and Zuriyat is repeated in the head of the Tom's witness. They lived with nothing and died with nothing, followed by 7 seemingly different texts, but united in their eloquent embodying of the tragic situation of Qur'at and Zuriyat. To conclude, Sid Naqdar is conceived as a new authentic text with its own typical or typical characteristics. It has gone beyond the typical adaptation to dialoguing with the original text and transplanted it in a Moroccan Islamic cultural and belief structure. The transplanted texts are no more a copy of the original texts, but rather new texts that are different in terms of language, form, structure, and content. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mijdqi and Professor Ibrahim Luhabi. Our co-speakers look into Muhammad Qawti's play, Sid Naqdar, as a case of transplantation of Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot. In so doing, they retrace this process of adaptation, which culminates in the reactualization, rewriting, and planting of the text into newer soil, a new milieu, giving us what Robert Young would describe as repetition with a difference. Examples of which are the religious symbols which find expression in the transplant, whilst temporality shifts from day in Waiting for Godot to night in Sid Naqdar. Of course, examples abound, but I just noted these 2. Now I give the floor to Fabrizia Vita and Paolo Pessimento from Italy, from the University of Messina. Both are researchers in performing arts, and their title of choice is Synchronicity and Diachronicity in the Study of the Sicilian Canto. They will be joining us live from Italy. If you may, Si Khalid, put them on, please.
Synchronicity and diachronicity in the study of the Sicilian culto. In a corner of the garden, a dense group of people made a circle, listening, intent on a one man seated on a low seat who was talking. He told about Roger and the very long story of his loss, a long narration without an end. And the people listened to him in silence, sitting around, commoners, old people, children, and without losing the syllable or a gesture or the rhythmic prose with a stick, with the bitter and solemn signs of the face in the monotonous convention of an archaic epic language. But at the gates, the enemy warriors arrive, take up their weapons, the battle begins, amidst the sparkling of the swords, and the prose, little by little, becomes poetry, and the story is transformed in measure and quantity. The words are broken according to cadence and accents, like the metric song of an ancient poem. Another language, the rhythm language of arms, ever more moved and swift and broken, with the prosody of blows and slashes, arm steps, parades, finds, wounds, and deaths, like a dance sacred and warlike, a wonderful revelation of lost time. Faster and faster, more and more blowing the broken words run at follow the accents, the long and short more and more pressing, until Roger remains alone and victorious. The singer is silent and opens his mild eyes over black velvet. This passage is taken from Le parole sono pietre, a documentary novel in which one of the most important Italian narrators of 20th century, Carlo Levi, recounted 3 of his trips to Sicily, which took place in the early 1950s. The writer devoted most of his work to the representation of the disadvantaged living condition of the rural population of southern Italy. In the lines just read, Levi provides a vivid and participatory description of a performance of the Sicilian punto. The passage traces some peculiar characteristics of his form of oral narration. The solitude of the narrator, which can be superimposed on the idea we have to the ancient performance of classical epic poetry, the time of the river tale, the arrangement of a popular audience in a circle around the performer who does not rise on a stage, the use of a simple wand to accompany the strong accents which characterize the parts in poetry more than those in prose. The passage realized in the performance voice from an ordinary diction described with modern convention as prose, and a poem with strongly marked and typically broken rhythms. The artifice of closing the eyes by the performer. It is striking how a performative structure with such a simple appearance can contain such peculiar traits within. Comparing Levi's description of how the punto appeared in the mid-20th century and the contemporary performances of Mimmo Puticchio or Gaspare Balsamo, the only active performance of this peculiar form, it is possible to evaluate the extent to which an oral genre evolves or insists over the decades. Although Levi's account is located in a not so distant time due the profound changes that have affected the form of popular artistic performance in the 20th century, it is already possible to appreciate a significant difference. First, the performer today resembles less and less a rhapsode of a traditional type, also because he does not receive knowledge as an uninterrupted and direct chain of orality from master to disciple. Mimmo Puticchio, during his career, has transmitted his knowledge in the context of workshop, typical of contemporary theatrical pedagogy. He considered himself the last depository of a long tradition. An interruption occurred with his biographical and professional history of the traditional methods of transmission. But in Gaspare Balsamo's words, that knowledge is alive and active. The young performer is the unequivocal heir of a long history of persistent orality. Of course, the handover did not take place for him according to the unwritten rules of that mastery that involves years of silent apprenticeship and more or less sudden baptism of the student by the teacher. But may this be enough to place him already behind the tradition? The conto is no longer a form of popular entertainment. Due to the rediscovery of the tradition that passed through the culture of the end of the 20th century on an intellectual as well as a consumer level, nowadays it is offered to a potentially wider audience. The designated places are disparate. As in contemporary theater, the presence of the stage is not essential, but if it is offered to him, the performer does not reject it at all. The performances in a square with a circular audience arrangement so similar to the Alca of Maghreb have set. It is easy today for a performance of the punto to appear as an isolated event or included in a review including other theatrical forms, rather than being a long season of episodic narratives that animated the Sicilian squares at certain time of the year with appointments at fixed time until 1960s. We could focus on the technique that provides for the narrator to close his eyes in some moments of the story, which according to Valentina Venturini can be traced back to the condition of physical blindness in which the popular storytellers of the punto lived. Disabled workers, ascribable to the long tradition of blind poets, Poeti Orbi, whose ancestry can be traced back to the 15th century. The gesture of great symbolic depth of closing the eyes continues to be practiced in the contemporary punto, but it is not isolated in its peculiarity. In fact, in Gaspare Balsamo's performances, it is possible to detect other characterizing elements attributable to a creative contamination with techniques inherited from the night singers, canta la notte, professions that walked the street on the town at dawn as real living alarm clocks, or by sellers who cried, bagnavano, to advertise their goods in the markets until recently. Among the techniques derived from contamination, for example, the nasalization of the voice, which the performer of the punto obtains by placing an hand between the nose and the mouth to close a nostril and collect the voice in the spoon of the palm to amplify it. Behind the evolution of the elements of the punto, there is a factor that clearly struck Levi's attention more deeply and that continues to amaze the audience of the punto, the typical rhythmic score of his former oral story. Carlo Levi describes this aspect as well. The performer tells a part of the story, then at a certain point, usually near the narration of war scenes, his diction becomes more rhythmic. The narrator breaks the conversation, no longer follows the normal caesuras. In what but and is more and more resembling a speech in verse, in floating unprecedented excitement and effort, thus underlines the internal accents of words. His voice rises in volume and often also in tone, in correspondence with them, and need to catch his breath is so urgent that he is forced to insert a very short pause to breathe even before he finishes pronouncing the word, which thus turns out to be broken as Levi well states. Now, the issue of the ictus or stroke in the punto is central. In the semantic sphere of this word, whose basic meaning is blow. The idea of the narrated battle and that of the accents that characterize the story itself is concentrated with interesting adherence of signified and signifier. And around the issue of the ictus, it seems that the delicate question of the origins of the punto emerges. The testimonies collected so far are extremely limited. Let us take a step back to a very quick review of the past. On the literary front, more than a century before the publication of Levi's novel, Vincenzo Linares' Il Contastorie, theorized of a predisposition of the Sicilian people to classicism. But the terms which he described as natural classicism were all borrowed from Romanticism, a drive of the spirit to create myths not mediated by any culture, classical or because it was like that of the Greeks, inventors lacking the weight of centuries of literature behind them. Linares coined the word the story, storyteller, and elevates the figure of the popular fabulator above the role he must have had in real society. At the expense of his forced mytopia between the ancient world and the contemporary world, it is precisely from the Middle Ages that the stories that make up the repertoire of the Punto came. In his preface to the collection of popular tales, which also collects Il Contastorie, Linares writes, "The stories that I intend to publish portray or think and times close to us." While others rack their brains to find a ruinous tower in the Middle Ages to evoke from their graves so angry troubadours and beautiful ladies, I study the custom of my country. I unfold these pages. I am inspired by its use in its traditions.
So here we are with my section of the text. So the first scientific study of the Sicilian Punto, Giuseppe Pitres, le tradizioni cavalleresche popolari in Sicilia, the author, explicitly departing from Linares, again brought into play the evidence of an ancestry of the Punto from ancient times and referred to the relationships between the living tradition that it could observe and its most ancient sources through unattainable passages in terms of survival. The attention of scholars turned back to the Punto at the end of the 20th century, just as its historical story was beginning to decline, or to start a meaningful change. In the completer and more specific essay on the Punto, Guido di Palma dedicates an initial space to the problem of the origins of the Punto and affirms peremptorily, it is necessary to address the phenomenon of the Punto by distinguishing the events narrated from the narrative event. It is also necessary to reject all those theories based on the prolongation over the centuries of narrative material concerning the Breton and Carolingian cycles, which make the performance of the Punto descend, albeit hypothetically, from medieval jesters and singing poets. So the modern historical and theological reconstructions of the Punto place its birth only in the modern age and decisively deny any medieval roots. According to Guido di Palma, the medieval cantari can testify only the persistence of a use, the narration of chivalrous deeds, but not of a specific practice. For example, the rhythmic and broken syntax or the use of the wand, whose continuity should not be considered taken for granted. More than medieval survival, the Punto will be, therefore, a formal spectacle that arose between the 18th and the 19th centuries and strongly conditioned by the Romantic cultural climate and the ideology of Italian Risorgimento. However, a rigorous analysis of medieval testimonies can encourage reconstruction, albeit partial, without neglecting that in a long-term phenomenon, such as we suppose the Punto is, the various characteristic elements are stratified in different eras. For example, the description of Roland as senator of Charlemagne and the band with the Italian tricolor that distinguishes him are clear legacies of Italian Risorgimento. Or the use of the sword instead of the wooden wand is documented with certainty only with Peppino Celano and Mimmo Cuticchio. It is therefore necessary to avoid the perspective error of thinking of the most modern acquisitions as secular legacies and vice versa, of excluding from the analysis those elements whose antiquity can be at least partially ascertained. On this point, we want to reflect through a testimony of the 14th century on an episode of the life of St. Francis of Assisi. According to what we read in the Responsio, composed by the Franciscan spiritual Ubertino da Casale, a friar of the group of St. Francis wished to keep books in derogation from the absolute poverty prescribed by the rule, and asked for a blessing of the saint, who in response issued a harsh rebuke. You friars want to boast of being observer of evangelical poverty, and do as the actors do, who sing the blows of Roland and Oliver and the other warriors without ever having given a blow in battle. What is most striking in this passage is the comparison, but continually deviate from it, and those actors who simulate the blows of Roland, Oliver, and the other fighters. Therefore, St. Francis testifies, first of all, a use, which is obviously very known. We know that the Matter of France had a sensational exploit between the 11th and 14th century with the Chanson de Geste and the Cantari. But we can ask, to a use or also a practice? Indeed, the expression, the actors who sing the blows, which we have translated the Latin histriones cantant ictus, is striking. Our translation, we can say, fails to fully convey the meaning of the original expression, which, however, appears very ambiguous. It is necessary to probe more deeply the terms used by the author. First, the Latin verb cantare has several meanings: to sing, indeed, but also to recite, to declaim, to use magic formulas or rituals, and etc. Now, if St. Francis intends to sing, and were, for example, referring to a musical performance of epic poetry, like those of the jesters, certainly an expression such as cantare gestas could have been more appropriate. If, on the other hand, he referred to a mimic combat action, formulas such as recitare ictus or agere ictus could have been more suitable. It would seem, therefore, that the expression cantare ictus alludes to something different. And to understand it, we must question the term ictus itself, which designates both the blow inflicted with a weapon and the metrics of the Italian vernacular poetry. To trace this evolution, we have to look to Latin poetry, in which ictus indicated the beating of the foot or the finger, which, like a metronome, marked the strong tempos of each verse. But this use as a passage with passage to Medio-Latin and Romance qualitative metrics, which associated the arrangement of tonic accents to and the computation of syllables to this term. We have no more in vernacular poetry a mechanical accent, but a vocal ictus. I skip the more technical questions to say just that the Italian science of metrics of the 14th century, the time of Ubertino da Casale, receives the stabilized idea that the ictus is the rhythmic accent of the poetry. It seems, therefore, that in the passage of the responsio, St. Francis refers to a type of performance whose technical characteristics is a rhythmic modulation of the voice in the specific episodes on the battle scenes. The saints, therefore, seems to be joking with the intrinsic ambiguity of the term ictus to compare and contrapose the actors who cantant ictus, so who rhythmically modulates the blows of the warriors, and the warriors themselves who dant in ictus, who inflicts real blows in battle. It seems therefore possible that already in the Middle Ages there were oral performances that had something like the practice of the Sicilian conto as we know it today, with its characteristic tension between rhythm and syntax that records a decisive increase in the scenes of battle. So the responsio of Ubertino da Casale would constitute a precious and more ancient testimony than that offered by Antonino Alfano in La Battaglia Celeste tra Michele e Lucifero, that is considered the first testimony of the culto. We have finished our intervention. We want to express our gratitude to Professor Khalid Amin and this wonderful organization. Thank you and see you soon.
Vita and Paolo, our last co-speakers, scrutinize the complex phenomenon of the Sicilian canto, an oral tradition and rhythmic performance occupying a liminal space between ritual and theater. On the synchronic level, Vita analyzes the ways in which the performer moves from the epic to the dramatic register, all the while underlining battle scenes and rhythm as fundamental rhetorical devices. On the diachronic level, Paolo reflects on some of the historical philological reconstructions of the canto, reconstructions which confine its birth to the modern age, thus denying it any possible medieval roots, a claim which Paolo then sets out to disprove. Thank you again to all our panelists. And now we will open the floor for your questions or perhaps your comments, remarks, which could relate to whatever is happening on stage now or what has been going on during the last 4 days or so. So if you have any questions, your questions are more than welcome. Yes, we have somebody from there.
Thank you. So my question is, to what extent the Arabic translation has succeeded to convey and conceive the notion of time in waiting for Godot, taking into consideration the difference of the two cultures, the Arabic and the English, especially in dealing with the absurd theater. Thank you.
Thank you for
if
your
you
question.
want, I translate my translation. There is a translation.
It is already being interpreted for our audience. Any further questions? Yes, please. We have a question from there.
شكرا الأساتذة المتدخلين، كانوا رائعين. التدخلات كانت يعني جد مركزة. أنا عندي غير واحد التساؤل يعني بسيط، هو أن العمل تاع ناتوندون غودو لسامويل بيكيت هو يعني عمل يعني كيفاش نقول عنده ضوابط ديالو حتى في ماشي غير في الحوارات بل حتى في الإشارات الركحية بين الديداسكالي ديالو. فأي خروج على ما يشير إليه كحركات أو أفعال أو على الفعل فهو نص آخر. بالتجربة أن كنا غادي زورنا واحد الممثل كنلعب مع صامويل بيكيت، وكنا قدمنا له واحد الجزء من الفصل يعني اوناتوندون غودو، واذكر ان يعني في واحد المحطه بالضبط نحارف الاداء داكشي اللي مكتوب في النص نحارفنا عليه، واذا بدا كيف التالي قال لنا ديك الحركه اللي درتوها ديك الحركه اللي درتي راه يعني ماشي في النص الاصلي، وبالتالي يعني محموداش يعني محموده، يعني هو يعني الممثل انتبه بان هذيك بالضبط ديك الحركه راه ماشي ما كايناش في النص، وبالتالي العمل يعني نتاع سيدنا قدر هو عمل يعني محايد يعني الى يعني الى جانب يعني كيف قال الاستاذ المرجوق يسمح لي يمكن ياك الاسم هو هذاك
أستاذ مجد خير.
مجد قيوه العفو. يعني هو يعني ماشي هو استنبات للروح، استنبات للروح، ولكن هو كيبقى نص اخر مغاير، لان السياقات نتاع صامويل بيكيت في الخيبات ديالو اللي كانت عنده على الثوره الفرنسيه وكذا، او واللي كتبان لنا من اول حوار نتاع اغيان افير بحال هو جواب على كفار نتاع لينين، او في النهايه الحوار الونزي، ولكن كيبقاو جامدين لا امل في التغيير، كيبقى السياقات وفلسفه عميقه مرتبطه بالانسان وكذا وكذا، سياقات تاريخيه مغايره، وسيدنا قدر ابداع خالص مغربي في سياق اخر. وشكرا.
شكرا. الأستاذ.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. حقيقة يعني كانت الجلسة ماتعة. لدي فقط بعض تساؤلات لأصدقائنا في إيطاليا، وربما أيضا الأستاذ بلال. ف باولو and you know
Pizzimento. Paolo Pizzimento.
yes, they can hear us, right?
Can you hear us, Paolo? Vita?
Yes, of course, we can hear you.
Okay, so my question is very simple, because we couldn't manage to have the recording of Katrina, and in her presentation she was extremely, digging into some elements of the conto in contemporary Italian theater. So my question is, how far you have this investment of the conto as a technique, as a dramaturgy in the contemporary Sicilian scene?
Okay. Can I answer your question now?
Yes, Paolo, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, we have to consider that the conto is a phenomenon of essay, so it has a certain importance in the theater of nowadays, but it is not very productive in terms of techniques or style in general. For as regard the general scene of theater is one of the most peculiar forms of the theater of narration, but we can imagine that is a sort of closed scene of in this panorama. So this is due, in my opinion, to the fact that the conto is not a theatrical form in its origins, and keeps conserving its ritual strong origins. So is something that can be compared so easily with the other contemporary phenomena of Italian theater, or oral poetry. There is always a strong difference. So it can be no mixed, neither compared with the other theatrical forms. That's naturally is my opinion. At all effects, if we see now a performance of the Cunto, we see a theatrical spectacle at all. But we can't forget its ritual origins. And after all, these origins are always felt when we see the Cunto.
Thank you for your answer, Paulo. Before I give the floor to our panelists to react to your question, I have a question coming from George Robertson. Do you hear me?
Yes. Am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we do. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah, great. So, yeah, thank you to the panel and to Jamal. I know that each of the presenters is doing ongoing research. So I would be interested to hear, just a few sentences about what is going to be their next step.
All right, we got your question. We'll react to that in a while. I'll give the floor to our panelists to react to the questions we got from the lady and the gentleman down there.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jamal. In trying to react to Claire's question, that was a very good question, by the way, because it talks about the theories, I believe, covered in translation studies. And I'm quite sure that you are familiar with the terms coined by Lawrence Venuti, domestication, foreignization, and the other concept coined by Eugene Nida, dynamic equivalence. Now, when we talk about the notion of time, how far has the translator been successful in rendering the notion of time from one source culture into another target culture? Here we are talking about translation, but in fact, our presentation was about transplantation, which to some extent, even though it belongs, it can be used under one umbrella, the umbrella of translation, but it's quite different. However, I'm going to answer you. Now, we can judge that a translation is successful when it has an impact on the target reader, because after all, the source text has an impact on the source reader. When they read it, for example, they get influenced by what is being communicated or relayed in the text. If the translator succeeds at creating the same impact on the target reader, trying to adapt the text to the culture, the target culture, then we would say it is a successful translation, even though I believe there's no scale upon which we can, for example, measure translation. Yes, of course. So here, I believe that Muhammad Qawti was very clever and was very successful in choosing in trying to render Waiting for Godot. And when we say Waiting for Godot, we know that Godot will never come. Okay, the same in the Moroccan, in the Islamic culture, for example, we know that we are not aware of we have been given some signs of when to decide whether this is the Laylatul Qadr or not, but we never know when it is exactly going to take place. For this reason, I personally believe that he was successful in rendering time, okay?
Thank you for your comments. Regarding the text Sidna Akhtar, so just to explain to make the difference between translation and transplantation. So we say transplantation is writing a new text in a new social context. So Muhammad Qawti, he transplanted the spirit of the text. So it's different. It's no more Waiting for Godot. It's another text which is completely different, because even in the structure of Sidna Akhtar, there is like in Waiting for Godot, so we have only 2 acts, but in Sidna Akhtar, Muhammad Qawti added another chapter. So here we are in front of a new text that is originally Moroccan, genuine, authentic,
because it deals with the popular culture of Morocco. And if you read Sid Naqdar and reading the lines of the characters, it's purely the Shawia dialects, which is full of rhetorics and examples from real life countryside. So the act of the notion of time you talked about in Sid Naqdar is the same as in Waiting for Godot, but it's in more details because in Sid Naqdar, it happens during the night, where in Waiting for Godot, it happens during the day. So this is the only difference we have. So transplantation is a new concept we can, which has gone beyond translation and adaptation. That's it.
Well, thank you for your answer. From awaiting Godot to George in waiting, because George is still waiting for his answer. George has raised the issue of future upcoming research, and his question relates to what your plans are in the future.
Hello, George. So we, how are you? I hope you are very, very well. So we haven't met like 10 years from now. So we met once at the International Center for Performance Studies. And he's a very active member of the International Center for Performance Studies. And we always in contact. He always asks me about the events in the center. So the next step for us is, I've just got our PhD, so we are trying to delve in researching and continue our educational path and research, and try to bridge the gap between translation, transplantation. So George F. Rebelson, he also proofread my PhD, and he knows exactly what I've been doing. And I take this moment to thank you, George, for being of great help to me. Thank you, George. And very nice to see you today with us.
Thank you, Ibrahim.
Well, I also would like to thank Mr. George. He is a friend of mine. And first time I met him, of course, was in Performing Tangier. We share kind of history together. We belong to the archive of this festival. So, hello, hi, George. As far as my, let's say, future research projects are concerned, I'm interested in performance studies, of course, alongside with translation. They are intertwined, of course, and I'm trying to just get more deeply and profoundly into research. So I'm looking forward to meeting you and talking to you soon. I know you're busy, but we just chat from time to time. So hi.
Paulo, Vita, and Bilal, you're also invited to react if you want to George's question.
Yes, thank you for this question. Our interest is to apply the performance studies as a paradigm in a diachronic sense. So we are watching to the Middle Ages, trying to relate the philology with the performance studies. So my attempt, which is just an attempt in a ongoing research, was to analyze a testimony from Middle Ages in a performative way. So what we are going to do in the future is to apply in a wider way the performance studies to the Middle Ages through the texts that the philologies gives us. So this is a research I have made for as regards, for example, Dante, which I study according to the categories of theatricality and spectacularity in the Divine Comedy. But it can be applied to various works, various ages, various authors. So this is our principal argument of research. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. That sounds like an interesting idea to pursue. Maybe we can hear from you next year as you'll be presenting the findings of your research.
I hope so.
Yeah, we all hope so. Vita, is there anything you want to add? No, you're fine? Yeah, because I don't want to exclude you.
No. Okay.
So far, so good. How about Bilal? Bilal may have something to add. Bilal?
Yeah, thank you, George, for your question. Well, as a second year PhD student, I'm actually still in fieldwork, or candidate as a researcher. I'm still in fieldwork in trying to collect all those aspects in terms of social awareness and political activism in Moroccan oral tradition, and especially like collecting in sang poetry, storytelling, and other aspects of the oral tradition in Morocco. I'm more interested in real life consequences of these traditions and how they affect our day-to-day life, and bring them a little bit more to academia in a way to give voice to these people who use our own rituals and traditions to give to voice actually their own issues and the struggles that they go through on a day-to-day basis. So that's it. Thank you so much for your interest in our research as well, and hoping to see you soon.
Thank you, Bilal, for your answer. I don't know if any of you have more questions because we still have about 20 minutes left. So any comments, questions are more than welcome. Today is the time to debate, I don't know, issues that you still have concerns about. Professor Khalid Amin or Professor Jalid may have a question. Yeah. Go ahead, Professor Khalid Amin.
Maybe just a brief, maybe question to Bilal. It's so fascinating. I mean, the research that you are doing, and particularly, you know, the field work that you are conducting in Marrakesh and elsewhere, definitely. And I was very much intrigued by, you know, the quote from Richard Hamilton, The Last Storytellers, and particularly when you contradicted, you know, his claim that, you know, it's a demise of storytelling after sort of, you know, like there were 18 in the 80s, you know, 18 great storytellers in the square of Jamal now, and then 6 of them were left in the late 90s, early 2000 onwards. But now we can speak only about 2, and they are not going down to the square anymore. My last visit to the square, you know, Azalea, we took a group of students from the University of New England, and then I had to call him. And the surprise is that he had to book a space within the square just for like half an hour to perform for us. And then with a kind of interaction with him, I realized that, you know, they are no longer going to the square anymore, but they are conducting workshops elsewhere. I mean, not only Abdurrahim Azaliya, but also Mohammed Bari's, you know. I remember also Mohammed Bari's telling me, you know, literally like this, you know, something like, you know, I can't perform on the in the square anymore because it's noisy. So they choose to go somewhere, you know, Darb al-Arij and other venues, you know. Apart from this, of course, they embarked on large projects with the Ministry of Culture, working on texts by, you know, Goiti Solo and Ibrahim Khatib, and also, you know, Mohammed al-Ash'ari and Kilito, etc. But now I'm very happy to hear the new dynamics in the city of Fez. I heard of this circle of, you know, revival of storytelling, but I'm very happy that now it's really taking shape. There is a new generation learning the craft, and of course, you know, working in different languages. And that's really amazing. And my question maybe is that how can we speak about a decolonial aspect within this process of retrieving a lost tradition and bringing it back, renewing it, maybe in other mediums beyond storytelling? You can find it in biofiction, and you can find it in other genres, etc. So can we speak here of a decolonial somehow aspect of the whole term?
Thank you, Professor Amin, for your stimulating question. Professor Jadid may also have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to interact with the translation concepts, especially transplantation, foreignization, domestication, and we can also add semantic and communicative translation. Can we compare, or can we make a comparison with the concepts used in Arabic? توطين, sinbat, or tabia. What's the difference? And is it possible to bring a new text adapted from an original one, either in English or French or any other language? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Sir Khalid. If we don't have any further questions, then I'll give the floor to our speakers to respond, to interact with you. Bilal maybe wants to.
Thank you, Professor Amin, for your question. I certainly disagree with Richard Hamilton's point of view that storytelling is actually on a demise, because I have witnessed firsthand how it's actually reinventing itself and emerging again in a certain way. And this is exactly what Walter Minuoro says when he talks about the D in the coloniality, and he says that it's the re-emergence of new cultures according to their own terms and stuff like that. And it is in a way this young apprentice's choice to actually go back to this old traditions and renew it in their own terms, bring out also when we speak of masses and tools, and then performs in the English language, so that they can in a way also avoid the sphere of misinterpretation when they perform to a foreign audience or something like that, because they use the English as a lingua franca, and then they deliver their own ideals. I also think that the oral tradition is something that we should look at it as it exists in society and not as it was. And these new apprentices are using storytelling, reinventing it in a way to speak out and showcase their own personality and their own culture, their own attributions to the West in a way. So it is in a way, this new trend is a decolonial trend that can be considered.
Thank you, Bilal.
Thank you again, Mohammed, for your question. To answer you, I believe I'm going to be brief, but trying to be concise. Now, when we talk about domestication and foreignization, we talk about faithfulness to the source text. Okay, I'm trying to make it simple. If the translator, any translator, is trying to be faithful to the source text, then he's applying foreignization. Okay, and this is not good as far as I'm concerned, because you would end up writing a text, translating a text for a reader that they wouldn't understand. Okay, because in order to understand the text, you also need to be knowledgeable about, even for the translator, in order to translate a text, for example, you need to be knowledgeable about the culture in which the text was presented, the original text was presented, and also knowledgeable about the target text, so that you might be able to transfer the meaning correctly, if I'm allowed to say that. And when we talk about domestication, we talk about betrayal. you betray the source text. You don't care about what is being there, about the language used there, for example. You care, all your concern is about your reader, the target reader who is going to receive the text. Even when you are addressing different audiences, different readers from one target culture, for example, if we're talking about Arabic and you are translating, for example, a media text, even the months, for example, in Lebanon, they say Husayran, Kanun al-Awwal, Shabat. In Morocco, we're not familiar with these names, you know. Okay, when we talk about semantic translation, we talk about Peter Newmark, okay? So when we talk about, for example, about foreignization, we talk about semantic translation, we talk about Peter Newmark. When we talk about domestication, we talk about dynamic equivalence, therefore we talk about Eugene Nida. So, and I believe you are familiar with the translations of Shakespeare's Othello, the one translated by Jabra Ibrahim Jabra. He tried to apply the semantic translation approach by Peter Newmark, and he failed. He was amazed by the language of Shakespeare, but he failed to transfer the themes, the images of Shakespeare. While, for example, Khalil Mutran didn't pay attention to the language, and he tried to focus on the message being relayed. However, these two translations, even though it is assumed that Jabra's translation was better than Mutran's translation, but we have another translation which is even better by Muhammad Inani, who is familiar for the translating the meanings of the Quranic verses. I hope I answered your question. Okay.
Thank you, Sir Mohammed, for this exhaustive answer. I think George may also want to intervene. George?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up that, you know, we're really depending on these younger scholars. You know, you're the next generation. We're really depending on you, and just to remind you folks, but also to others that trying to you folks, the next generation, was one of the most important things to me. So I'm always very happy to hear from people. If there's any way I can help, I'm always here. And also I know you know, doing this graduate research and finishing your PhD, I know it's one of the loneliest times of life. And so just to give you some encouragement to keep forging ahead, and reach out to people that you think maybe can help you, including me. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you, George, for your words of wisdom and encouragement to our young scholars. I'm sure they'll take heed and follow your steps, the steps of our academics and researchers here who have been persevering for years and years to keep this event going. We still have a few minutes left, 8 minutes. Yes, Mohammed, go ahead. And then
I forgot to mention, in trying to answer Mohammed's question, I forgot to mention that according to Henri Lefebvre, each translation is rewriting. So it's impossible that we have the same version of the translated text, no matter what we do. If, for example, all of us are given or assigned a text to translate, then we would end up with different versions, as many the number of the translators we have here, for example, we end up having different versions. No translation is like the source text, because translation is rewriting, and it's all about relaying meaning.
Thank you, Mohammed. One maxim I keep reiterating to my students is that we don't really translate, we only approximate. That's the idea. That's why we end up with the different versions, and our version is better than the other. It all depends on the purpose of the translator and the meaning they make out of the text, because a text is polysemous in content. So again, it's how you see it and what you make of it. Bilal may have something to say, and then we go to Professor Khalid Amin for the next question. Bilal?
Yeah, I just have one question.
Question or an answer, Bilal?
No, I have one question to get in the conversation actually with Professor Mishdaqi. And I just wanted to ask him whether he thinks that the translator, especially after the cultural turn in translation studies, should take the position of an activist and also, in a way, render the text according to his own beliefs or something like that. For instance, if you're translating Othello and you want to highlight a little bit of the racism or something like that in the play, what would you do? Will you just translate it in a sense so be more like as it is, or will you be more like an activist and interfere in the original text to showcase the aspects of racism in the play?
I'll give the floor to Professor
Yeah.
Khalid Amin before.
Another question about the translation. It seems that the issue of translatability is always on the floor. After Bourdieu's the cultural turn or capital habitus and the field, and definitely my question is related to how can we speak about the act of translation and transplantation as an act of rewriting of the source text that is pushing the process of domestication to its extreme. Can we speak here about the decolonial turn of translation or in translation studies beyond the cultural turn that Bourdieu is talking about?
Yes, thank you so much, sir, for your question. And thank you, Bilal, for your question. In trying to, of course, I'm going to answer you first, but my answer is going to be taken from what Professor Khalid Amin just said, because I was going to refer you to the triangle by Bourdieu, which is the habitus, field, and capital, which explains it is the umbrella, I believe it is the umbrella under which we can categorize or we can put all the translation theories. Because, and I can give you examples, of course, because according to Bourdieu, he says that, well, each person, for example, who was born in a certain place, he belongs to a certain field. In this field, he develops kind of habitus based on the capital he was endowed with. Therefore, he would react according to the habitus he has. For example, here in Tangier, we live in different parts of Tangier. You live in a certain neighborhood, I live in a certain neighborhood. For example, you have certain practices, you listen to certain types of music, I listen to other types of music. This reflects our different ideologies, our different habitus. You understand me? Therefore, each translation cannot, for example, get rid of his or her ideology. And the example I'm going to provide you with, which answers also the question asked by Dr. Khalid Amin, is, for example, taken from the translation of odes in Shakespeare's Othello. For example, because Khalid Mutran was Muslim, and because he's still, I believe, and because Muhammad Inani is Muslim, they translated zounds as Wallahi, Tallahi. But when it came to Ibrahim Jabra, he translated zounds as Wajuruh al-Masih. Another example to answer Professor Amin's question is the translation of the term the Turks. For example, Khalid Mutran translated the Turks as al-A'da, not al-Atrak, for example, which explains, for example, the extent to which we justifies the extent to which we can use translation as a decolonial, for example, process to strike back, for example, or to express, to talk out about ourselves, to say that here we are striking back in this sense. I hope this partly
Thank you, Mohammed. We only have about 2 minutes to close, and I'd like to remind you of what Olombart has said about the author dying upon the birth of his text. I think there is something we miss in this dialectic. It's the reader or the consumer of meaning, because we keep pinning meaning down to the translator. Although the translator is somehow this mediator, but we too somehow bring our meanings into the text. When we read these texts, watch them enacted or staged, I mean, our interpretation differs because our backgrounds differ. And thank you very much. With this, I bring this session to a close. I invite you to watch, maybe to stay in the room, to watch a performance by Banki, He's a storyteller, and I hope you'll enjoy the show. Thank you very much for being so patient and for interacting with our panel. Thank you again.
Retia imeshma, eretlirina idurma, dinadinu tashish, peletan khimuni shenet khoshahi lana موتتلي موتتلي Soham, 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 Ramadasa, Sa, Soham, Ramadasa, Sa, Soham, Ramadasa, Sa, Soham, Ramadasa, Soham, 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 Ramadasa, Sa, Soham, 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 Soham.
Human happiness is an asset. It's the most valuable possession in life. To be honest, it's the greatest wealth of all things on earth. walk somewhere wild, colorful in the field, just enjoy it. Be positive. If you are breathing healthy, good health is the source of all happiness. Good health and happiness go side by side. Be positive. Feel positive. The positive feeling is the sound state of the body as well as of the mind. A positive man must have soundness of mind as well as the soundness of body.
شما ويلم شو أبيتي يا شائر يا أشكولا ريتي يا إمشما إرتلي لنا إدورما دينا دين تشيش بليتان خيم أمي شنت خوش أخي أكلت لا نواري موت تليني موت تليني شما يرشو أيدي يا شايمر يا شرولا أريتي يا شنات خوش خيالي مثل ناري موت تلاني موت
Soham, 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 Ramana Sa Soham, Ramana Sa Soham. Soham, Soham, Soham,
Feeling happiness is an asset. It's the most valuable position in life. To be honest, it's the greatest wealth of all things on earth. you are breathing healthy. Good health is the source of all happiness. Good health and happiness go side by side. Be positive. Feel positive. The positive feeling is the sound state of the body as well as of the mind. A positive man must have soundness of mind as well as the soundness of body.
شما ويلم شو أبيتي يا شاعر يا أشكو لايق ريتي يا نمشما يرتلي لنا لدرما دينادين تشيش بليتان خيموني شنت خوشهي أكلت لا نماري موتت لي موتت لي
Soham, 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 Ramana Sa Sa Soham, Ramana Sa Sa Soham, Ramanasa sa sa soham Ramanasa sa si soham Radha sa sa soham Ramana sa sa soham Ramana sa soham Soham, Soham, Soham,
Feeling happiness is an asset. It's the most valuable possession in life. To be honest, it's the greatest wealth of all things on earth. When you walk somewhere bright, colorful in the field, just enjoy it. Be positive. If you are breathing healthy, good health is the source of all happiness. Good health and happiness go side by side. Be positive. Feel positive. The positive feeling is the sound state of the body as well as of the mind. A positive man must have soundness of mind as well as the soundness of body.
شما ويلم شو أبيتيا شاعريا أشكولا ريتيا إماشما إرتليلنا إدورما دينا دين تشوش بليتان خين أمي شنت خوشهي بتلانا موت موتت لي موتت لي شما أيديا شاي مريا شرولا أريتيا
خليتان خيين وميتوتي شنات خوش خيالي مكتلان عاريب موت تليني موت
مش صور بداية نشكر المركز الدولي لدراسة الفرجة الذي أتاح لنا هذا اللقاء للتباحث والتجاذب والتفاعل حول قضايا المسرح في كل أبعاده التواصلية، عروض، ورشات، ندوات علمية، لقاءات مع مبدعين مسرحيين، وتوقيعات لأهم الكتب الصادرة حديثا. واغتنم الفرصة لأشكر دكتور خالد أمين الذي سهر على هذا المهرجان مع ثلة من الأوفياء الذين من خلالهم نعيش لحظات الجمال، لحظات البوح، لحظات الصدق في هذا المهرجان في دوراته الجميلة بكل حزم وعزم. كم أنا سعيد طبعا لتقديم المسرح الكبير سردوان أحداث وتقديم آخر إصداراته مع توقيع كتابين صدرا هذه السنة 2021 وهما فرجات مسرح البساط في الشمال المغرب عن إصدارات المركز الدولي لدراسة الفرجة، والكتاب الثاني وهو مات المسرح عاش المسرح، احتفالية الموت احتفالية الحياة، الصادر عن إصدارات أمنية أيضا في 2021. قبل هذا وذاك لابد أن نقدم الأستاذ رضوان أحداث، وبعد ذلك يمكن أن نعطي الكلمة لخالد أمين من أجل تقديم الكتاب الأول، ثم كلمة لي أجل تقديم الكتاب الثاني. يعتبر الكاتب والناقد والمنظر السي رضوان أحداث كاتبا متعددا ورائدا مجددا وناقدا مدققا وباحثا طلائعيا، بل ورمزا من الرموز المشرقة والدالة في المشهد السردي المسرحي بكل أصنافه وطروزه، وهو أيضا من الأسماء المؤثرة في النقد والتنظير المسرحي، وعلما من أعلامه الشامخة والمؤرخة لحركية المسرح في المغرب خصوصا في منطقة الشمال. فببحوثه الجادة قراءة وتتبعا وتمحيصا استطاع هذا المبدع الكبير أن يغير من مسار تاريخ مسرحنا المغربي من حيث التوثيق والتأريخ، وقلب كل موازينه ومفاهيمه التي ظلت سائدة في نقدنا الحديث حول توثيق الحركة المسرحية في المغرب، وذلك بإعطاء وإظهار معطيات جديدة وتقديم وثائق نادرة ستعرف النشرة خلال هذه السنة للمسرح في تطوان سنة 1860، ثم حرب تطوان في المسرح الإسباني، وهذا تحت النشر تحت الطبع بطبيعة الحال. قلت بإظهار معطيات جديدة وتقديم وثائق نادرة أعادت للمسرح المغربي اعتباره، وأعطت للباحثين رؤى وتصورات ومفاهيم جديدة أعادت من خلالها النظر في تأسيس اللبنات الأولى لظهور المسرح في المغرب، والذي يعود إلى القرن التاسع عشر، بدل ما كان معروفا وسائدا وموثقا عند نقادنا في أوائل العقد الثاني من القرن العشرين. فالمعطيات الجديدة لرضوان حداد تثبت أن منشأ المسرح كان في مدينة تطوان سنة 1860 بدل مدينة فاس سنة 1923. وقد نشر كاتبنا حداد كثيرا من الدراسات والأبحاث عن ذاكرة المسرح أو ذاكرة الشمال المسرحي إن شئنا بجريدة الشمال في أكثر من 700 حلقة، فجر خلالها موضوع التوثيق المسرحي من جديد برؤية جديدة وتصور جديد وبمعطيات جديدة أماطت اللثام عن التاريخ الحقيقي للمسرح المغربي، مما جعله أو جعلنا نحن يدعونا إلى كثير من التأمل لهذا المسرح الذي عانى بؤسا شديدا في الخصاص في البحث عن الوثيقة التي تثبت ريادته في معانقة خشبات المسرح. وقد نهج رضوان حداد في مجرى توثيقه على كثير من الدقة في التوصيف والتصنيف والتحليل، مسترشدا بأعلام وأعمال وصور ووثائق مسرحية اعتبرها الباحثون والنقاد كنزا ثمينا لمسرحنا المغربي، خصوصا وأنه قد توقف فيه على مسح شامل لظاهرة هذا المسرح برواده وكتابه ومخرجيه وممثليه في حقبة منفلتة من زمننا المسرحي المنفلت. يعتبر رضوان حداد من جيل العاشقين المتيمين والمخلصين لأبي الفنون. حبه الجارف جعله يصقل مواهبه المسرحية في البداية الأولى لشبابه، وذلك في إطار جمعيات مسرح ذوان بالشمال، خصوصا في منطقة الشمال، واستفاد مع جيل ما بعد الاستقلال في حلقات التكوين الأولى التي كان تشرف عليها وزارة الشبيبة والرياضة كل سنة ضمن مشروع مسرح المعمورة، إذ شارك في 3 دورات تكوينية متتالية ضمن ورشة معمل التأليف التي كان يؤطرها آنذاك أطر فرنسية ومغربية أمثال أندري فوازان، بيير لوكا وفريد بن بارك. ولا شك أن هذا التكوين قد ساهم في توجيه كاتبين للانخراط في عوالم الكتابة للمسرح بكل حب وشغف، واستطاع أن يراكم تجربته في هذا الميدان بشكل متواصل، فألف العديد من النصوص والدراسات النقدية بدأت تعرف حضورها على خشبات المسرح منذ عقد الستينات، بينما انخرطت في عوالم الطباعة منذ نهاية السبعينات، فنشر الكتب التي سأذكرها. ولكن قبل ذلك عثرت على نص لقصة قصيرة تحمل اسم أي شقيق في كتاب مهم، وهو القصة المغربية الحديثة لمحمد صادق عفيفي سنة 1961 مع شلة من كتاب القصة آنذاك، بن ثابت، خونا تبنونا، يعني كثير من الكتاب، وايضا في بعض المسرحيات. وهذا الكتاب طبع بلبنان بتنسيق مع ما بين دار النشر دار الملايين للنشر من لبنان، وما بين منشورات مكتبة الوحدة العربية بالدار البيضاء 1961، بمعنى أنه خرج من معطف القصة ليجد تلك السلاسة في كتابة المسرح بأسلوب جيد وشيق، وبرؤية متمثلة في بعد جميل للتواصل. من كتبه التي أصدر الأرض والزيتون 79، في انتظار زمن الجنون المنشأة العامة ليبيا 85، أهل المدينة الفاضلة، هذا كله من نصوص مسرحية، أهل المدينة الفاضلة 98، زمن مضى ولم يمضي 99، البحث عن متغيب 2001، الحافلة رقم 3 2002، طارق الذي لم يعبر 2011، المتنبي يخطئ زمانه 2012، الباب والرأس 2014، تيرينا والملك الصغير 2015، المشاء أو الأراجيح تحلق عاليا 2018، الأعمال المسرحية الكاملة الجزء الأول والجزء الثاني 2020، ثم هذا الكتاب مات المسرح عاش المسرح 2021، ثم الكتاب التوثيق الآخر اللي هو كتب نقدية كثيرة في الحقيقة، اللي هي كنذكر منها على مستوى النقد، يعني مسرح عبد الخالق الطريس 1988، الحركة المسرحية بمدينة طنجة 1992، كتابات على جدران مدينة منسية 2001، تورية حسن رائدة المسرح من شموخ 2005، محمد دحروش مسيرة مسرحية متوهجة 2008، محمد نشناش الظل الآخر 2009، فرجة مسرح الوسط الذي سنوقعه الآن في شمال المغرب سنة 2021، أحمد المروش أيام من حياتي تقديم وإعداد رضوان حدادو 2021، دون أن ننسى بطبيعة الحال ما نشره في كثير من المجلات والجرائد كثيرة لا ساعي لذكرها. إذن فالمتأمل في كتابة رضوان حدادو المسرحية الإبداعية يجد أنها تنتمي إلى تيار المسرح الاحتفالي الذي انخرط الكاتب في مشروعه منذ تأسيسه الأول، ووقع على بياناته، ومنذ ذلك الحين ظل وفيا لمنهجه، مخلصا لرؤاه ومجددا في طروحاته، يكتب من عمق فلسفته المتعددة ويبدع من كنه متجدد يستشرف من أفقه المنفتح على الحياة بكتابه. أي مشروع نص مسرحي احتفالي لا بد وأن يتضمن الحمولة المختلفة من كتاباته هو. في كل مسرحية من مسرحياته يبحر إبحارا عميقا ليسبح داخل فضاءات وعوالم فسيحة لا حدود لها ولا تكرر نفسها، وقد سعى في ذلك ثقافته الموسوعية الواسعة ورؤيته الشمولية الثاقبة وأسلوبه السلس وحواره الممتع، مما جعله يجدد مشروعه باستمرار، وأن لا يشرب من نبع واحد ولا يجتر المآسي بشكل سلبي. كل أعماله يصممها بدقة وإتقان، يبدعها بتفان للتأمل والمساءلة، لأنها تفتح آفاقا للمتلقي للمشاركة والتأويل، ولأنها تشركه في إعادة بناء المعنى وتجدد الإنتاج. كتب رضوان حدادو ما يقارب 30 نصا مسرحيا، هذا حسب علمي، كل نص يختلف عن غيره في بناء المعنى وتناول المواضيع ومعالجة المبنى، وجرب العديد من التجارب بأسلوبه الممتع وحواره الدافئ الذي يتمتع بفيض من الشاعرية، وباختيار لغة عالمة واصفة تجذب القارئ قبل أن تأسره لمشاهدة العرض. صدقه في الكتابة جعل تجربته تنخرط في مسرح القضية بانفتاحها على التحولات الاجتماعية، لكن برؤى نقدية وطرح فني جمالي. هكذا رضوان حدادو، وهكذا كتاباته التي ينغمس فيها القارئ بذلك الحب. فهو بطبيعة الحال رائد من الرواد الذي نحتفل به اليوم، رواد المسرح الهاوي بداية، وساهم بكتابته في تطوير المسرح المغربي. نصوصه مليئة بقضايا الناس، بأفراحهم وبأحزانهم وبوقائعهم داخل فضاء منفتح ومكان متعدد. مسرحه ينبش في قضايا الإنسان الهامشي، أحيانا في محنة الإنسان المثقف المتخم بحرقة السؤال، وتارة ينظر إلى المسرح من وعي معرفي إبستيمولوجي فيؤكد على أهمية المنظور الفكري الفني في خلخلة الذهنية السائدة داخل وعاء جمالي إبداعي دون السقوط في مزالق المباشرة والتقريرية. إذا لن أطيل، سأعطي الكلمة للصديق والأستاذ الدكتور الجليل طبيعة الحال السي خالد أمين، ليقدم كتابه النقدي الجميل الموسوم بفرجات مسرح البساط في شمال المغرب سنة الذي صدر هذه السنة 2021، وبعدها سأقدم هذا الكتاب. تحية وتقدير للإخوة، فليتفضل الأستاذ مشكورا.
شكرا دكتور عبد اللطيف نادير على التقديم، وأيضا الشكر موصول لأستاذنا الجليل أستاذ رضوان حدادو والثلة الكريمة من الباحثين والمسرحيين بطبيعة الحال المرموقين في المغرب المتواجدين معنا هنا والآن. بطبيعة الحال الحديث عن رضوان حدادو يعني عنده شجون. لماذا؟ لأن الرجل قائد من رواد الحركة المسرحية بشمال المغرب، وأيضا من المؤرخين المهمين، نقول المهمين في هذا البلد. وتحضرني أيضا يعني مجموعة من المحطات مع السي رضوان حدادو، خاصة كتاب عن توريا حسن، وهو كتاب مهم جدا. لماذا؟ لأنه يعني وضعنا في الصورة عن أول امرأة يعني كانت فوق خشبة المسرح في المسرح المغربي، ثم أيضا تجربة محمد دحروش، وهذه تجربة رائدة ومهمة. ولكن الأهم من هذا كله هو هذا واحد المبحث اللي ربما الآن آن الأوان لأستاذ رضوان حدادو أنه يبرمجوا ضمن الكتب قيد النشر. بطبيعة الحال سوف أتحدث عن كتابين، هذا فرجة مسرح البساط بشمال المغرب، وهو بطبيعة الحال مفاجأة بالنسبة للعديد من الباحثين، وأيضا مسرح إيزابيل الملكة إيزابيل يعني الثانية. بطبيعة الحال هذا أيضا سيحدث واحد الرجة على مستوى تاريخ البناية المسرحية في المغرب. هل نتحدث عن تاريخ أو بداية المسرح المغربي من سيرفانتيس أو من فاس أو من إيزابيل، أم نتحدث عن أول بناية شيدت مثلا في التراب المغربي؟ وهذا نقاش بطبيعة الحال مرتبط ب هل نؤرخ للبناية أم نؤرخ للممارسة المسرحية المسترسلة والتي بطبيعة الحال أحدثت منعطفات معينة إلى آخره. هذا النقاش لا زال يتداول بطبيعة الحال إلى يومنا هذا. وأتذكر في أيام قرطاج مثلا، أعتقد من 4 أو 5 سنوات، كان المغرب هو ضيف الدورة 2013 أعتقد ولا 2014 2000. المهم مشينا على أساس أنه 100 عام من المسرح المغربي، على أساس أنه سوف نحتفل ب مئوية مسرح سيرفانتيس. وبطبيعة الحال هنا هل نتحدث عن أول بناية مسرحية في المغرب أم نتحدث عن الشرارة الأولى لانطلاق الحركة المسرحية في المغرب؟ وهذا نقاش بطبيعة الحال مطروح في الساحة. قبل ما نهضر على السير رضوان حدادو خصنا نتابع واحد المسألة أساسية. كاين واحد السلسلة ديال المقالات اللي نشرها في جريدة الشمال مع الفقيد السي خالد مشبال حول موضوع الفقهاء والمسرح. هذا الرجل عنده واحد الكنز ديال الوثائق ديال استنطاق مجموعة من الوثائق والفتاوى حول المسرح. احنا اعتقدنا أنه المسرح من زاوية نظر الفقهاء اختزلناه فقط في هذيك ديال بن الصديق الرسالتين أو لا إقامة الدليل على حرمة التمثيل وانتهى الموضوع، بينما الرجل كشف النقاب عن مجموعة من الفتاوى ديال الفقهاء اللي كانوا يناصرون ويدافعون عن الحركة المسرحية. وما أحوجنا كباحثين لهذا الشيء، وها هو سولو مرارا فين ما كنتلاقاو كنقول له هذاك الشيء خصو يخرج في كتاب، كيقول لي هو الكتاب موجود يعني ونأمل خيرا. لأن أعتقد أنه سوف يحدث رجة أيضا في التعاطي ديالنا مع هذا الموضوع، خاصة نحن مقبلين مثلا الحديث عن الجسد في المسرح إلى آخره. أقتبس من رضوان حدادو يقول: إن تاريخنا المسرحي قديمه وحديثه في صيغته التراتبية التي قدم لنا بها هو الآن في أمس الحاجة إلى مراجعة جذرية، إلى إعادة ترتيب وتبويب ليسترد شرعيته، حقيقته الضائعة الغائبة وأيضا المغيبة، لأن أغلبه كتب في زمن كان محكوما بالتباعد، ماشي التباعد الاجتماعي ديال كورونا، ويقصد تباعد من نوع آخر، وفتور التواصل، وبأقلام قبلية وعشائرية من جهة أخرى. ومما يعزز دعوتنا ظهور كشوفات حديثة هنا وهناك خلخلت ما اعتبرناه يوما يعني ثوابت أو مسلمات، والقصد هو الوصول لتاريخ مسرحي مغربي حقيقي. وبطبيعة الحال هذه فلسفة عمل الأستاذ رضوان حدادو، دائما ينقب ويأتي بالجديد ويستنطق الوثائق، وهذه أهم ميزة تميز يعني اشتغال أستاذ رضوان حدادو. إذن باختصار يعد أستاذ رضوان حدادو ذاكرة مسرحية ثرية، إذ بذل جهودا خلاقة لتجميع المصنفات المدونة والوثائق المادية والروايات الشفوية الخاصة بتاريخ المسرح بمنطقة الشمال، فحقق الريادة في هذا المجال، وهو المؤرخ والمبدع المسرحي والرائد المتفرد في مجال تاريخ الحركة المسرحية المغربية، وخاصة أقول خاصة في منطقة شمال المغرب التي عرفت أولى بذور التأسيس للفعل المسرحي. فقد واكب أبرز منعطفات المسرح المغربي منذ فجر الاستقلال إلى الآن، وها هو اليوم يستمر بنفس التأمل الريادي، يعني في ممارسة حفريات دقيقة نكتشف من خلالها أول مثلا مسرح شيد بالمغرب خلال الفترة الحديثة، وهو مسرح إيزابيل الثانية سنة 1860. كما اهتم أيضا بإعادة كتابة تاريخ الحركة المسرحية بشمال المغرب منذ 1860 إلى الآن، مبرزا مناطق العتمة التي طالها النسيان في باقي الكتابات التي تؤرخ لمسيرة المسرح المغربي. إذن يقوم المشروع البحثي للمؤرخ والباحث والكاتب المسرحي رضوان حدادو على ما أسميه بعمل الذاكرة، ويتجه صوب اجتراح أسئلة الإهمال المؤسساتي بطبيعة الحال في هذا المجال، وخاصة في مجالي التوثيق والأرشفة فيما يرتبط ببداية المسرح المغربي. وبالأمس بطبيعة الحال مع الدكتور فهد الكغاط ومع الأستاذ أيضا الجليل سي أحمد مسعية، كنا نتحدث عن هاد المنحة ديال غياب يعني صرامة في هذا المجال، وأيضا غياب وصاية واضحة فيما يرتبط بأرشيف المسرح المغربي. بطبيعة الحال لولا المسائل الفردية الخاصة ديال أناس مثل سي أحمد مسعية والمرحوم حسن المنيعي، يعني أسماء كثيرة بطبيعة الحال، عندنا أديب السلاوي، عندنا السي رضوان حدادو، مصطفى الرمداني إلى آخره، وما اعذروني لأن بالفعل ونادرة وقدامي ونسيته، لأن هذا هو المشكل ملي كتجبد اللائحة، لأن الذاكرة فيها ثقوب، والتاريخ الحركة المسرحية المغربية أيضا مرتبط بهذه الذاكرة اللي للأسف الشديد داكشي خصو يتمأسس. يسعى حدادو إلى ترميم ذاكرة المسرح المغربي، كما بطبيعة الحال يسعى السي نادر ومجموعة من الإخوان، انطلاقا من الحاجة الماسة إلى تأريخ التجربة وتوثيق هذه الذاكرة. فالذاكرة وحدها غير حصيفة، دي مسألة أساسية، وذلك لكونها معرضة بطبيعة الحال للتشويش والخطأ والنسيان، لأن الرواية ديال فرد واحد مثلا هو يحكي عن ما وقع، فهناك شرخ ما بين يعني مشهد الحدث ومشهد الحكي، وهذا بطبيعة الحال يعني ممكن أن نتحدث في هذا الأمر حسب بول ريكور، حسب يعني لاكان إلى آخره. لا تقوم الذاكرة بتقويم الماضي كما هو، بل بتمثيله من خلال النظام الرمزي، وهي أيضا تمثيل لشيء لم يعد موجودا. والحال أن عمل الذاكرة ليس حكرا على المؤرخين وحدهم بطبيعة الحال دون سواهم، بل يشترك فيه الجميع، إذ تلتئم الذكريات الخاصة والجماعية. يروي لنا حدادو مثلا في هذا الكتاب ديال إيزابيل الثانية أو مسرح إيزابيل الثانية، وهو يستنطق مجموعة من الكتابات التاريخية والصحفية وغيرها، معتمدا على الوثائق النادرة سواء الإسبانية منها أو المغربية، باش كنقربوا أكثر الاشتغال ديال الأستاذ رضوان. وهي في المجمل وثائق لم ينتبه إليها باقي المؤرخين. نذكر من بين هذه الوثائق مثلا على سبيل المثال الحصر نزهة الإخوان وسلوى الأحزان في الأخبار الواردة في بناء تطوان للمرحوم الأديب عبد السلام بن حمد السكيرج متوفى في 1834، ثم عمدة الراوين في تاريخ تطاون للعلامة المرحوم أحمد محمد الرحوني المتوفى أيضا في 1953، وتاريخ تطاون للفقيه المرحوم محمد داود المتوفى سنة 1984، ومعلمة تطوان للمرحوم يعني محمد بن عزوز الحكيم المتوفى 2014، ومجموعة مهمة من المقالات التي صدرت بالإسبانية وخاصة في جريدة مخبر تطوانية التي تزامن دور هذه الجريدة مع وجود المسرح بطبيعة الحال، وهو يتحدث عن صدور العدد الأول منها بتاريخ 16 أغسطس 1860. لاحظوا معي يعني الفترة الزمنية التي يتحدث أو ينقب من خلالها السردوان. ولعل اعتماد أستاذ حدادو على الوثيقة، وهذا أجمل ما فيه، يعني كيركز على الوثيقة، لما كانش الوثيقة ما كيهضرش. تا هاد الفتوات اللي هضرت عليهم عنده وثائق، وهذه الوثائق نادرة جدا بمثابة كنوز اللي غادي سوف تنير الطريق للباحثين في المستقبل. ولعل اعتماد الأستاذ رضوان حدادو على الوثيقة هو ما يكسب الكتابات ديال سي رضوان الفرادة والتميز والمصداقية، وقد لمسنا هذا الملمح أيضا الذي يروم تقديم الحجة والبرهان في كتاباتها حول موضوع الفقهاء والمسرح بجريدة الشمال، وهو ثمرة مجهود بحثي متفرد أبرز حداد من خلاله مواقف متناقضة للفقهاء تجاه الممارسة المسرحية بين مؤيد ومعارض. والكتاب القيم أيضا تري حسن رائدة المسرح من شموخ الذي يؤرخ فيه لتجربة أول ممثلة مسرحية بالمغرب كانت، وكتاب الفرجات أو فرجات المسرح البساط في شمال المغرب الذي نحن بصدده اليوم. بطبيعة الحال كلنا يعرف أن الفرجات البساط كانت فقط مرتهنة يعني بمدن أخرى، ما نقولش فاس وكذا وكذا، ولكن من كان يتخيل أن فرجات البساط أيضا كانت موجودة في شمال المغرب وتحديدا في مدينة العرائش. تا جا السي رضوان الله يجزيه بخير. فرجة البساط أو مسرح البساط في شمال المغرب الذي يثبت فيه حضور فرجة البساط في تطوان والعرائش، على عكس الروايات السابقة التي اختزلت هذا الحضور فقط في مدن مثل الرباط وفاس ومراكش. تؤرخ سنة 1860 لبداية المسرح في تطوان، وليس المسرح التطواني كما يذكرنا الأستاذ رضوان حدادو في هذا الكتاب الماتع، إذ كانت الممارسة المسرحية حاضرة بقوة فوق الأرض المغربية. يعني قدمت خلالها قدمت خلالها عشرات العروض والسهرات الاحتفالية والفنية، كما شيدت بناية عملاقة أقيمت فوق أرض يعني فتحت أبوابها في وجه الجميع وفتحت أعين أبناء الأرض أيضا مبكرا على شيء اسمه المسرح إلى آخره. وهو يستنطق أيضا هذه الجريدة خاصة جريدة مخبر تطوان، ويأتي بأخبار مهمة جدا ترتبط بهذا الحقبة بالذات، وأيضا بالمتابعات النقدية حول ما يدور في هذا المعلمة أو هذا المسرح. لن أطيل عليكم. في الأخير لا بد من التأكيد مرة أخرى على أهمية الحفر التوثيقي والاستكشافي الذي يقوم به الأستاذ رضوان حدادو، لأن إعادة بناء الذاكرة وترميم بياضاتها وتصدعاتها لا يمكن أن يكون من دون استعادة للأرشيف والنبش فيه وتنظيم مادته قصد جعله بطبيعة الحال قابلا للدراسة والتحليل والتفكيك. فالغنى العلمي والتواضع الشامخ يزينان بطبيعة الحال روح الباحث ويمدانه أيضا بالشغف الذي يجعله قادرا على العطاء المتميز والمتواصل، وهذا ما يجعلنا نثق دائما في قدرته على الاطلاع بتلك المهمة والقيام بأعبائها على أكمل وجه. فرضوان حدادو التطواني الذي أنجبته جبال الريف هو أيقونة لامعة في المشهد المسرحي المغربي تأريخا وإبداعا، وأطال الله في عمره ومتعه بالصحة، وشكرا لكم.
شكرا صديقنا السي خالد على هذا الفرش النظري حول تجربة السي رضوان حداد التوثيقية خصوصا في المجال النقدي. أما إذا عدنا إلى المجال الإبداعي فرضوان حداد كما هو وارد في هذه الكتب نجد مجموعة من النصوص المسرحية أيضا صدرت، فهو اشتغل على كثير من المواضيع على المستوى الإبداعي. اشتغل على المدينة الذي يحلم بها ويعيش فيها الإنسان بسلام، وأيضا اشتغل أيضا على مواضيع متعددة، غربة الذات من خلال مسرحية المشاء والأراجيح تحلق عاليا، فهو يحلم بطبيعة الحال بوضع اعتباري للإنسان. هذا الوضع هو الذي يجعل فيه منطق الحرية ومنطق السلام ومنطق الحب هو الأساس في البناء وفي الكتابة. سأقرأ عليكم مقطعا صغيرا من هذه المسرحية. شخص يتكلم مع دمية يقول لها: ضاع منك اسمك وأنا أيضا مثلك يا صغيرتي، غريب في الوطن، ضاع مني الطريق، وحيد في الزحام، ضائع بين الردم والغبار، أبحث هنا وفي كل خرائب الدنيا عن بقايا بسمة، عطر، نشيد، جناح فراشة، وردة عصية، عن الاجتثاث، ليست بها رائحة البارود، يسكنها الأمل، يسكنها الاحتفال. وردة هي مثلك، أجهز يوما على عذريتها، اغتصبوا طفولتها وعطرها. هذا مشهد من المشاهد التي ترى فيها ذلك الجانب المهم من قضايا الإنسان وحرية الإنسان إلى غير ذلك. تتعدد المواضيع عند رضوان حداد أيضا ليطرح في كل مسرحية موضوعا خاصا ينغمس فيه بوعي، أحيانا قد يكون وجوديا وأحيانا اجتماعيا وأحيانا فلسفيا. في مسرحية المتنبي مثلا كشذرات أعطيكم: المتنبي يخطئ زمانه، نجد في حوار بين المتنبي وشيبوب، يقول المتنبي: قل لي يا شيبوب، أنكون قد أخطأنا الطريق؟ شيبوب: ربما وحتى الزمن. المتنبي: ماذا تعني؟ أفصح. شيبوب: لا أعرف ما أعنيه بالضبط، وكل ما أعرفه هو أنني أشعر اللحظة بالغربة القاتلة، هي مزيج من غربة الزمان والمكان معا. متنبي: وأي شيء آخر؟ شيبوب: وغربة الذات والكينونة والهوية والملامح وغربة الغربة. إذن دائما كل مسرحية نقرأها إلا ونجد فيها موضوعا خاصا بها. لذلك فنجد في هذه المسرحية مثلا موضوع جديد، وهو يتكلم عن المسرح، عن أزمة المسرح من خلال الممثلين أنفسهم، وهم يتحاورون فيما بينهم حول هذا الواقع المزري الذي بيع فيه كل شيء، حتى أصبح حتى الفنان داخل هذه اللعبة. فكانت هذه المسرحية بمثابة موضوع قلما كتب فيه كتاب مغاربة، وهو ما يسمى بفن المرتجلة. المرتجلة في المغرب قلال اللي كتبوه، كنلقاو المرحوم محمد الكغاط الله يرحمه كتب تخصص فيه في 3 المواضيع أو 4، وكنلقاو خشلة مؤخرا خرج كتاب كيتكلم فيه على 3 المرتجلات، ونظر قليل من الكتاب ايضا. قبل ذلك كان بوعلو كان كتب في السبعينات شي تاع هذا. اذا بمعنى ان الكتاب عندنا قلال اللي كيتكلموا على هذا الموضوع. اذا هذا الموضوع اللي اختاروا الان، مات المسرح عاش المسرح، هو مرتجله بكل المقاييس النقديه التي نتجه بها في النقد للمسرح من خلال الابداع. لن أعطيكم ملخص حولها لأن خصكم انتم تقراوها باش تكتشفوها أنتم جميعا، وألخص لأقول: لا يمكن إدراج رضوان حداد ضمن مسرح واحد، بل تسكنه قضايا أحيانا تكون عصية، كتاباته تتسم أحيانا بالحياة والحيوية، والمسرح عنده رسالة وحياة متجددة يتداخل فيها الفن بقضايا الالتزام والواقع وبكل المتغيرات التي يعيشها. المسرح من منظوره كما ورد في مسرحية أهل المدينة الفاضلة هو فن الغضب والتعرية، لا يقتات إلا من المتناقضات فيكشفها، يكشف الزيف ويعريه ويغضب ويثور للحقيقة. إذا رضوان حداد وضع مشروعه للكتابة المسرحية الإبداعية داخل منظومة تتسم بالعطاء وتعلن أن الجمال والفن هو جزء لا يتجزأ من العمل المسرحي. وشكرا. إذا قد أعطي الكلمة للسيد رضوان حداد ليبوح بكلمته حول ما يكتب سواء على المستوى النقدي أم على المستوى الإبداعي. شكرا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا لكم جميعا. شكرا للمركز الدولي للدراسة الفرجة. شكرا أيضا لرفيق رحلة العناء، رحلة العرق، رحلة الغبار، الصديق الدكتور خالد أمين مهندس هذا اللقاء. شكرا للأساتذة الأجلاء الحاضرين، وشكرا أيضا للغائبين. بداية أقول لأخي وصديقي عبد اللطيف، أنا لم أنخرط في الاحتفالية ولم أحمل بطاقة احتفالي. لماذا؟ فالاحتفال هو أنا، والاحتفالية هي أنا. تلقائيا وجدت نفسي احتفاليا من منطلق أنا إنسان، إذن أنا احتفالي. من الأشياء التي طرحت في هذا اللقاء هي قضية المسرح المغربي والتوثيق. اسمحوا لي أيها الإخوان أن أكرر ما قاله عبد اللطيف ندير. مسرحنا توثيقيا لم يكتب بعد، لا زلنا نكتشف ولا زلنا نبحث. عيبنا وأننا قبل أن نكون باحثين نحن نصاخ، ولذلك ضاعت من بيننا وضاعت الحقيقة. المسرح المغربي في جانبه التوثيقي يحتاج إلى فريق أو فرق عمل، لأنه مشتت في كل الجهات. أنا رجل مخضرم، عشت المسرح على عهد الاستعمار كما عشت المسرح على عهد الاستقلال. من حسن حظي أنني ولدت ونشأت وتربيت في مدينة تتنفس مسرحا، في مدينة كان المسرح في مدارسها الابتدائية مادة أساسية نمتحن فيها. من هنا جاءت الهواية، ومن هنا جاء العشق، ومن هنا جاء الولاء. لم يكن المسرح وقتئذ عملا فوجويا فقط، بقدر ما كان رسالة وطنية، رسالة نضالية من أجل أن نكون أو لا نكون. ولذلك وجدنا رواد الحركة الوطنية في شمال المغرب وجنوبه، في كل بقاع المغرب، وقد تنبهوا إلى قيمة المسرح. وجدنا هذه القيادة تحتضن المسرح وتزكيه لماذا؟ لأنه كما يقول توفيق الحكيم أقرب قنطرة للوصول إلى الجمهور. وقد عشت لحظات من الصعب أن تنسى وأنا طفل صغير، كيف في إحدى المسرحيات ولا زلت أتذكر اسمها، مسرحية الوحدة العربية هسه على عهد الاستعمار، كيف حينما دخل ممثلو الدول العربية كل دولة تحمل راية الدولة وقام الجمهور كله يصفق، كيف انسحب من المسرح المقيم العام بيك بدر، لأنه سوف الجمهور كله يصفق لمدة دقائق كثيرة تجاوبا مع هذا المشهد. هذا هو المسرح الذي نشأنا فيه وتربينا فيه. قضية التوثيق قضية صعبة في المغرب. لماذا؟ هناك عوائق كثيرة، أهمها وأن الذين انخرطوا في المسرح وقت ذاك انخرطوا من منطلق أنهم يؤدون عملا وطنيا، وهم فلسوا في حاجة إلى أن يشهروا هذا العمل فاعتبروه عملا لوجه الله. كذلك هناك مدن صغيرة، أعطي مثال لذلك مدينة شفشاون مثلا، لا أحد تكلم عن الحركة المسرحية القوية التي كانت بها. ضاعت تلك الحركة. لماذا؟ لأن مدينة صغيرة الإعلان عن المسرحية كان يتم عن طريق كتابة سبورة بالطباشير ولا غدا السمحة، ما كانت وثيقة إلا ما يمكن أن تسمعه من أفواه الناس إلى غير ذلك. على كل المسرح دخل المغرب في فترة مبكرة، بل قبل 1860 هناك وثائق تثبت أن المسرح حمله إلى المغرب، حمله شاب من مريدي الكاتب المسرحي الكبير لوبي ليبيغا، جاء به مع هجرة الأندلسيين إلى المغرب، أي قبل مارو النقاش ب70 سنة. لم نلتفت إلى تاريخنا. كذلك أيضا هناك كتاب مهم اسمه الجواهر السوداء، Las Perlas Negras. هذا الجواهر السوداء ألفه رجل إسباني مستعرب كمل الجلباب كمل اللبدة كمل الصباح وكيتكلم بالقرآن. قال في كتابه المطبوع سنة 1903 قبل دخول الاستعمار بعقد من الزمن، يقول فيه: عندما أردنا أن نكتشف المغرب دخلنا إليه بالمسرح، فأسست فرقة في المغرب وأخرى في مدينة سبتة، وكانت التيمة التي تشتغل عليها الفرقتين فرقة مدينة سبتة تدعو إلى ضرورة الالتزام بوصية إليزابيث الأولى القاضية بحمل الصليب على إفريقيا، في حين أن الفرقة التي موجودة في مدصر البيوت بالمغرب كان الغرض منها أنها تشهر ثقافة التسامح وقبول الآخر إلى غير ذلك. هذا 1903 مكتوب وكيشهد بأن كان المسرح عندنا. 1860 جبت أسماء المغاربة الذين كانوا يشاهدون المسرح، يتكلمون على أن بداية تاريخ المسرح المغربي 1923، ولكن ما حكيتش وثيقة. وهناك عندي وثيقة أصلية لعرض المسرحي 1923 لفرقة عز الدين إلى غير ذلك من الأشياء التي نحن في أمس الحاجة إلى بلورتها، ليس من أجل التباهي ولكن من أجل الحقيقة التاريخية. وشكرا لكم.
إذا شكرا. الضغط ديال الوقت من اللجنة المنظمة ربما انتهى. غنفتحوا باب التوقيع، اللي بغى كتاب يجي مرحبا به. بالنسبة للمنشورات أمنية مجانا، وقعوا للاستاذ. ها اذا حتى الاستاذ الكتاب الاخر تا هو بمجان. اذا تفضلوا، غير هي باش نعطي واحد الوقت ياك سقف زمني باش توقع على مفتوحه. اذا امريكي كيتسنى اونلاين غادي اذا غادي يديروا التوقيع. نبداو به شويه هنا ونخرجوا برا صافي. بقاو هنا. اذا تفضلوا اللي بغى ياخذ الكتاب يجي هنا. غير دير واحد الصف هنا، الله يعطيكم الستر باش ما يكونش باش تخليو الصور تكون مزيانه.
سعد كريم تفضلوا معنا دابا غادي باقي لنا واحد نص ساعه ديال الخدمه هنا. So George Robertson. Hey George, how are you? Good to see you.
Great to see you.
So where are you now?
Mexico City.
Okay, just to, because we have a whole crowd here, just to have an idea about where you are. Let me briefly introduce you. George Robertson is one of the founders of the International Center for Performance Studies in Tangier. He has been working for the center for more than 10 years. And of course, he has been contributing and collaborating with us from distance since then. He was here as a Fulbright scholar, but after that, we have been publishing, I think a number of books in English about the conferences of Perform in Tangier and many other publications. So I really admire, the work of George and what he has done for Perform in Tangier. He has a strong sense of commitment and also a sense of volunteering, and he's one of, as I said, the pillars of ICPS. So thank you very much for being with us, and of course we will be watching a film in half an hour, but let George just brief you in 10 minutes about exactly what you are going to see. The floor is yours, George.
Yes, well, thank you, Khalid. It's wonderful to be with everyone, at least through this Zoom platform. Unfortunately, I can't be there in person this year. I hope I can get back one of these years soon. So hello, everyone. I am speaking to you from Mexico City today. And like Tangier, it's a key city of innovation in the global South. So also an important place in our decolonizing efforts. I'll start with some context to my recent film collaboration in Guatemala. Guatemala, like Morocco, suffered immeasurably under colonialism, and the violence persists across both landscapes. Both are deeply religious countries. Both have large populations of young people. In Guatemala, half the people are under age 19. And with all this youth, both countries are transforming rapidly. Tonight, my film is a full circle for me. It's 30 years since I first arrived in Tangier, and the film is a culmination of my journey in performance studies and social advocacy, a long and winding road. I got my start in sales, ski coaching, and theater marketing. Arriving in Tangier the first time, it was easy to see things through a binary lens, like East-West. Yet coming to know Morocco in the 1990s, I came to understand that the reality is far more complex. The connections run deep and wide. In the wake of September 11, 2001, the us versus them mentality deepened real and imagined divides, and the rush to violence and revenge turned into 20 years of war and destruction. At that moment, I was doing my graduate research, but I sensed an urgency to respond. So I canceled my research on mega events, things like the Olympics, and began focusing instead on the Middle East, North Africa, and a search for collaborative, constructive, creative strategies. Following others' lead, I came to conceptualize Tangier as a crucial laboratory for Pratt's contact zone, and the city with its long crossroads history and local genius for negotiation and working things out. Alongside Khalid Amin, our fearless leader, I experienced firsthand performance studies and arts can combine, create instances of the type of world we'd like to live in, an open, safe space for expression, experimentation, deep analysis, bold proposals, and respectful debate. Yes, exactly these performing Tangier conferences, now 17 years. They are the living, breathing realization of Schechner's vision of harnessing the triangular synergy of art, scholarship, and social action. And I've become inspired by Moroccan writers and dramatists, Ben Bouchta, Shukri, Kauti, and others. They're not shy about confronting current and difficult problems. In the early years of performing Tangier, I focused on literature and theory, but with the grinding wars, the worsening divides, and mismanagement and failing systems that, for example, led to the global economic crisis of 2008, I felt it was again urgent to respond personally. So I switched to theory into practice interventions. I had to ask myself, how can we work responsibly, strategically, effectively? Schechner gives us guidance and inspiration. Use performance as a tool to protest injustices and alleviate wrongs. Build community around aesthetics as resistance, and his plea. Work together against ideological, economic, and religious rigidity in favor of flexibility and fluidity. I turned to filmmaking with the idea to make films informed by these principles. The performances realized on the screen, yet equally important, employing an artist, academic, advocate team carefully performing every step behind the camera. Film can be a powerful complement to theater, but never replace it, and gives us some advantages. For example, with film, we can reach across time, space, and language. And since film can be replayed and reprogrammed in a variety of ways, and by using subtitles and by focusing on visual language, and film screenings become unique performances when paired with commentary, Q&A, and used in the classroom, etc. In 2016, with the rise of Trumpism and their methods of exclusion and lies, and especially vilifying Latin Americans and Muslims, I couldn't take it anymore. In profound anger and disappointment, I liquidated my USA life, and I went on a tour in Latin America's largest cities. I spoke with the young people about their hopes and dreams, and about their loves, and about their biggest problems. The idea was to return to honesty and reality, and to make a film crafted from their views that would challenge the audience and spark dialogue and debate. The main takeaway from the interviews was the prevalence of violence, and that it takes many forms: physical, economic, racial, gendered, and sexual violence. And equally, that love and even simple daily existence are incredibly fragile. Accordingly, the film is about how to sustain love and dignity in a world of failing systems and overcome with violence. We decided to film in Guatemala since the neo-colonialism is so recent. The US-backed 36-year civil war against the Mayan people officially ended in 1996. Mayans are 45% of the population, the highest in all of the Americas. The war left violence normalized and wrecked the economy, and even now poverty persists at 59%, the highest in all of the Americas. But in this post-facts era, emotion is the driver. The bad guys stoke hate and exclusion. We respond with love and empathy. We built an all Guatemalan cast and crew. Film industry people told us the film couldn't be there because of the conservative public culture. So we turned instead to young people to make the film. And the response was overwhelmingly positive. 500 people from all over the country attended cast and crew calls. Everyone wanted in. No one rejected the film because of its themes. We heard again and again that simple, honest reality was long overdue. The project was a good opportunity for everyone in a place with few opportunities. Still, as you'll see, it's an act of bravery and resistance, the film. In the film, you'll notice especially how often we passively submit to the various assaults of violence. Also note that the protagonist is Mayan, and in the final stages of the story, in a low moment in his life, he reconnects, rediscovers his Mayan heritage and finds strength, hope, and inspiration. And that's precisely the Mayan culture that colonialism and neocolonialism worked so hard to destroy. The film premiered at Venice Film Festival alongside films like triple Oscar winner Roma and the likes of names like Lady Gaga, Coen Brothers, William Dafoe, Ryan Gosling, Cate Blanchett, Natalie Portman, Naomi Watts, etc. The film and our approach demonstrates that a norm-challenging, artistic, academic, advocate intervention can thrive even in the most elite entertainment and big business spaces. So it's a hopeful sign. With the film's simplicity and universal themes, along with a lot of luck and good karma, it's been featured in 60 countries worldwide, in film festivals, cinemas, TV, and universities. And tonight, the first screening in Africa. Where else could we start but in Tangier? And note that we're using a slightly more modest version of the film tonight than the original for educational and classroom use. We're making more films in the Global South, Latin America, Africa, and Asia, and we always welcome new collaborators. So thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, George, for such a wonderful presentation. So definitely the film will be projected in the conference room next door in Rabat in 15 minutes, just after the closing words of Badruddin and Si Mohamed Bahjaji. And it won't be streamed live through Zoom for property reasons only. And let me just thank again, George, for your generosity of spirit. And we hope to have a conversation immediately after the film if you are still there. But anyway, we can have like a group of, whether in in WhatsApp or something like this, so that we can have a conversation about it.
Sure. Just let me know. Let me know what would be good, and we'll do it. That would be great.
We'll do that.
Really, thank you so much to Khalid and to Tangier and to all the people there. It's really combine everything together for me. Everything I've learned there.
Thank you so much, George, for all your support throughout the years.
سويعات قليلة تفصلنا على اختتام فعاليات الدورة 17 لمهرجان طنجة للفنون المشهدية تحت شعار مسارح الجنوب عبر العالم رؤى لا كولونيالية. لا يسعنا في المركز الدولي لدراسات الفرجة إلا أن نعبر لكم بكثير من التقدير والامتنان وما تعبر عليه كلمة الاحترام من معاني عن سعادتنا بحضوركم المبهج ومساهمتكم القيمة ومشاركاتكم المتجددة. فخورون بالانتماء إلى أسرة يجمعها العلم والسؤال، نهجها البحث والتجديد، هدفها التطوير والإضافة، وغايتها خدمة نشر المعرفة والمحبة ولم شمل الباحثات والباحثين والفنانين والفنانات. عشنا معكم لحظات اختزلت عقدا من الزمن أو أكثر. أنصتنا لكلماتكم التي ليست كباقي الكلمات بإمعان وتمعن. وكم جميل أن نرى هذا التناغم بين رواد أبدعوا عبر مسار حافل، وشباب يقتبس من نور علمهم ليكمل المسير. هي مشهدية الحياة بكل ما تعنيه العبارة، لن تجدها إلا في مشهدية طنجة عروس الأسرار. لكل الأشخاص والمؤسسات الذين ساهموا في هذا الجمع الراقي بالغ الشكر والامتنان. الإدارة المركزية لوزارة الشباب والثقافة والتواصل، مديرية الفنون بوزارة الشباب والثقافة والتواصل، ولاية جهة طنجة تطوان الحسيمة، جامعة عبد الملك السعدي، كلية الآداب والعلوم الإنسانية بتطوان، جامعة نيو إنجلاند، مجلس جهة طنجة تطوان الحسيمة، مجلس مدينة طنجة، جامعة برلين الحرة، المديرية الجهوية للشباب والرياضة في شخص الدكتور عبد الواحد عزيبو. وشكر خاص لهيئة المسرح والفنون الأدبية بالمملكة العربية السعودية لتشريفها لنا بالحضور كضيف شرف. كما الشكر موصول لمسرح الوطني محمد الخامس، فرقة البحث المسرحي بكلية الآداب والعلوم الإنسانية في شخص رئيسها الدكتور يونس الرياني. لكل المنابر الإعلامية نقول شكرا. لكل القامات العلمية والفنية الذين شاركوا معنا أصدقاء المركز الدولي لدراسة الفرجة، شكرا جزيلا. هنا أفتح قوس واسمحوا لي أن أرفع القبعة في هذا المقام الطيب لأنحني احتراما مع سابق الاعتذار لكل الأساتذة الأجلاء الذين شرفونا بالحضور في هذه الدورة. نخص بالذكر المتألق محمد قوتي، تحية للسي محمد قوتي، عبد الكريم برشيد، أحمد مسعايا، رضوان حدادو، مع كثير من الحب والعرفان. وتحية خاصة لكل الباحثين الشباب الذين وجدوا في هذا اللقاء ما كانوا يبحثون عنه. وجدوا علم فكان خاطر، ووجدوا معرفة فكان خاطر. ياك سي محمد هكذا. كذلك الشكر موصول للأستاذ الدكتور مراد بن كيران، الأستاذ عبد العزيز الخليلي، الأستاذة نادية خمبارك، وللفريق التقني لفرقة أفروديت. كما الشكر لجمعية ثيفسوين عن عرض تشطرة، طلبة المعهد العالي للفن المسرحي عن عرض بريندا، فرقة مؤسسة علي الزاوة عن عرض جنازة رجل، ومسرح الشامات عن عرض عدم. كما كل التقدير للفنانين محمد سعيد بنكي وأبو بكر أيت يحيى على عروضهما الفردية. موعدنا بطبيعة الحال للطلبة المشرفين على الترجمة، شكرا لكم ولكم. شكرا للفريق التقني الذي أشرف على النقل المباشر لجميع الفعاليات. تحية وتحية كبيرة جدا. قلنا دكتور المسرح الوطني محمد الخامس، نعيدها مرة أخرى. كذلك ما زال برنامجنا مستمرا. موعدنا على الساعة 8:30 مساء بقاعة محمد الرحموني دار الشباب حسنونة مع العرض الختامي عدم لفرقة الشمات. دمتم لنا أوفياء، والكلمة للأستاذ محمد بهجاجي.
السيدات والسادة الأصدقاء الصديقات، مساء الخير. ونحن على مشارف الفقرة الأخيرة من هذا المهرجان. نستطيع أن نقر بنجاح هذه الدورة. على ضوء ذلك ارتأى مجموعة من أصدقاء المركز الدولي لدراسات الفرجة من كتاب ومفكرين وصحفيين أن يصوغوا كلمة تقديرا لهذا الجهد المبذول من طرف إخواننا في المركز الدولي لدراسات الفرجة بإدارة الرائد الدكتور خالد أمين. فيما يلي نص الكلمة التي أعددناها بالمناسبة. يطيب لنا في اختتام أشغال الدورة 17 للمهرجان الدولي لطنجة المشهدية المنعقدة هذه السنة حول موضوع مسارح الجنوب في العالم، رؤى لا كولونيالية، أن نتقدم بعبارات الشكر والامتنان لأطر المركز الدولي لدراسات الفرجة على الحفاوة التي استقبلونا بها، وعلى الجهد الفكري والتنظيم الكبير الذي بذلوه خلال فترة الإعداد وخلال أيام هذا المهرجان، وهو ما جعل هذه الدورة لحظة مميزة في تاريخ المهرجان وفي حياتنا الثقافية في تعالقها مع الدينامية الفنية والثقافية العربية والدولية. اعتبارا لكل ذلك ارتأينا، أقصد نحن المشاركون في هذه الدورة، أن نتوجه إلى كل المعنيين بالشأن الثقافي ببلادنا، سواء على الصعيد الوطني أو على الصعيد المحلي، وفي مقدمتهم وزارة الشباب والثقافة والتواصل وعمدة مدينة طنجة، من أجل استحضار قيمة هذا المهرجان واستحضار ضرورته لطنجة ولامتداداتها في بلدنا السعيد وفي العالم، وكذلك من أجل دعم أنشطة المركز الدولي لدراسات الفرجة حتى يتمكن من مواصلة إشعاعه الوطني والدولي. وبهذا الخصوص نسجل باعتزاز ما تحقق بفضل المركز من آثار فكرية وفنية، سواء على صعيد المقترحات التي تطرحها مؤتمراته الفكرية واجتهاداته الجمالية، أو على صعيد منشوراته التي تجوب العالم، أو على صعيد ما يوفره من فضاءات العرض المسرحي. كما نسجل باعتزاز كذلك الأصداء الطيبة التي تخلفها هذه الآثار في مدينة طنجة وعلى امتداد تراب المملكة وفي المهرجانات العربية والدولية. ومن ثمة فالمهرجان لم يعد فقط ذلك اللقاء السنوي الحافل برحابة الفكر وبشساعة الحلم وبالإنسان، لكنه صار منارة تحتفي بالفكر والإبداع وتنتصر لمبادئ الحوار والتعدد ولفكر الاختلاف. لأجل ذلك نؤكد على اعتبار المهرجان مكسبا حقيقيا للثقافة في المغرب والعالم العربي، مثلما نؤكد على أن دعم المهرجان ضرورة فنية وفكرية تسهم في أن يظل مغربنا الحبيب موطنا دائما لحوار الثقافات ولتفاعل لغات العالم وأفكار الفنانين والمبدعين في هذا العالم. نحييكم جمهور مدينة طنجة، جمهور المهرجان، متمنيين لكم أسعد الأوقات في أفق أن يتجدد لقاؤنا في السنة القادمة وفي السنوات التي تليها. دمتم ودام المركز والمهرجان. شكرا. شكرا.
الثقافية خدمة لقيم التنوير والحداثة والجمال.
Being retired now from work, which I enjoy a lot, I must say, I hope that all the young colleagues here and there.
وزارت مع الدورة الثالثة عشرة لمهرجان المشهدية تجسيدا لثقافة الاعتراف اللي رغم من امتلاكه نصوصا مسرحية وسينة.
Du passé, faisons table rase. Le fond. كل شيء عام. كيف جلد كربيان. يا ولي الصوت تحسن إلى الجرعة الصادقة.
Mais c'est quoi ce truc de blanc des yeux, pardon, ce blanc?